Hello, dear viewers. Uh, Nile Nation Network. It's streaming live, and please join us. And also, you can share uh, the show for today. Uh, we are happy to see you, and we want to come here together, share some ideas, and also to educate ourselves. Um, We know that all of us, we know that majority of us, we know that May 16 is approaching. Maybe for those who are in Australia, already May 16 is there, maybe. And for those who are in the West, they are looking for it for tomorrow. And those who are in Africa, probably it's early morning now. So we know May 15 was marked as a day that our gallant forces they celebrate as to mark the struggle. But however, uh, the struggle it wasn't an easy road, and as we're going to be hearing today, a lot of story about it. Uh, when actually the South Sudanese start the struggle. مشاهدين آه، برنامج نايل نيشن نتورك، بنقول لكم مرحب بكم، ويعني شاركوا الفيديو، وكمان تعالوا شاركونا في اللحظات التعليمية. عايزين نجي نتعلم مع بعض ونعرف تاريخ النضال لشعب جنوب السودان. هنمشي فاصل قصير موسيقى ومنه نعود، ومن هناك أخويا أطو والتك أوفر. موسيقى تاني، خليكم معانا وإحنا جايين. Dear viewers of the Nile Nation Network, we welcome back you again. Please stay tuned. I want to let you know that the team here is William Goldit and Mabur Welcome and Simon in the IT, and co-hosting today will be my brother Otto and me, Pal. And also we are hoping that Sister Juju will come and join us. So Brother Uto, I give the floor for you. Take it from here.
Okay, thank you. Nine Nation viewer panel, Southern Sudanese all over the world. Welcome to Nine Nation Network. We are here not because we are expert in our history, but we try our best. What happened in past, we read it. We read all of it. But what happened at the time of our generation, we know it. Therefore, it's important to document everything for next generation. Today, we are going to talk about history of struggle in Southern Sudan. بالعربي تاريخ نضال شعب جنوب السودان. السؤال الموجود، متى بدأت شعب جنوب السودان يقاوموا من أجل الحقوق بتاعهم؟ دي الحاجة نحن ماشيين نتكلم فيه النهاردة، ونتمنى أي واحد اللي بيجي بيشوف البرنامج ده وعندك معلومة تعال شارك معنا وخلينا نتعلم منك، أو شيل الموجود عندنا وتتعلم منه. عشان كده برنامج بتاع النهاردة دايرين على أساس يكون ده وثيقة للمستقبل. طبعا انتوا عرفتوا انه فعلا في ناس مولودين في الحرب وحياة بتاعهم هينتهي في الحرب. على ضوء ذلك الأطفال اللي ولدوا برا من السودان هيكونوا الضحايا وما هيعرفوا أصل بتاعهم شنو. فنحن في نايل نيشن نتورك هنحاول بقدر الإمكان الوثائق الموجود هنقرأه وبعد كده ننظمه وهم يقدروا يستفيدوا منه زي ما نحن ماشيين نستفيدوا منه حسا. فعشان كده برنامج بتاعنا بتاع النهارده بتاع النضال بتاع الشعب الجنوب السودان بدأ 200، وعندنا ناس عملوا ريسيرش وطلبوا نتائج وحنسمع منهم بعد شوية. تاريخ طبعا هو معروف لما بدينا النضال بتاعنا. في بدأ ناس بدأوا 67 47 وبعده في ناس بدأوا 55 وبعده في ناس بدأوا 83. مراحل ده كله كان الجنوبيين بيناضلوا من أجل شنو؟ حقوق. في الآخر يوم 9 شهر 7 أخذنا استقلال بتاعنا. ده تاريخ بتاع النضال والنتيجة بتاعه. لكن هل بدأ 83؟ طبعا ده حاجة نحن ماشيين نتكلم فيه ونتمنى الناس يجي عشان يسمعوا الصح، هناخد التاريخ في مكانه. فهل كان عندك حاجة ده تقوله؟
Dear viewers, I just want to say, as we usually come up and give you the highlights, I will just ask that we're going to go for a short music and we will do the highlights. Those who are having some highlights with our three regions, those who are ready for that, they can give us that before we go to our main topic today. زي ما عودناكم طبعا انه بندي عناوين بارزه للاحداث الحاصله في الاقاليم الثلاثه المعروفه باعالي النيل وبحر الغزال واستوائيه. خلينا نشوف لو في اي واحد جاهز انه يقول حاجه عن ولايه معينه. بس فاصل قصير وبس ونرجع ماشي، بس موسيقى بسيطة ونرجع. أتمنى الصوت واضح. ها؟
Yeah.
شكرا جزيلا. Probably for the highlight today, maybe is not going to be all the regions that we will be giving highlights, but let us give our brother William Goldit to tell us what happened in Upper Nile for the last week or the last 2 weeks. Brother William, you can go ahead and mute yourself and give us some highlights.
So I believe the highlight is before we go to the topic, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, greeting viewer, greeting panel members. Thank you very much. It's an important day for all the Southern Sudanese today. Yeah, the highlight, I have three today to share with you. Two are from federal levels, and one is from regional or state. The highlight from Upper Nile regions. Uh, Source Radio Tamazight, May 12, 2021. Titles: People fleeing escalating violence in Pibor, back uh, lack of food and shelters. Information: Radio Tamazight said thousands of citizens fleeing escalating violence in part of the Greater Pibor administrative areas are in the dire need of food and shelters. The displaced currently sheltering in the GPAA capital, Pibor town, fled their home in parts of Ganmuruk and Longkungol counties following attack by the heavily armed Jungle youth on Fridays last week. Papo Gogu, one of the displaced, told Radio Tamazight Tuesday, "I arrived in Pibor town on Friday at 6 p.m. We are very many. We left behind everything else. All of my cows have been taken. Of course, when we got settled, we will need food, but for now, I am still on the run." Two, at the federal level, title, no, sorry, the source, Radio Tamazight, May 10, 2021. Title: China launch medical Chinese language courses in South Sudan. Information: the Chinese medical team in South Sudan launched a medical Chinese language course at Juba Teaching Hospital to help ease communication between the South Sudanese medical staff and their Chinese counterparts. Speaking during the launch of the Chinese language in Juba last Friday, the acting director general for Juba Teaching Hospital, Dr. Pawil Arup Yor, encouraged her South Sudanese medical team to enroll in the training. I would like to thank the government of China for helping our hospital and for providing free medicine and equipment to the hospital. And now they are teaching us the Chinese language, so we are very happy and grateful to them. 3. At federal level. Source: iRadio, May 14, 2021. Title: You don't need more weapon. U.S. on government complaint over arm embargo. Information: A diplomat, Donald Booth, U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan and South Sudan, say the government of South Sudan can still graduate the unified forces without necessarily purchasing new arm. There are thousands of SPDF, SPLAIO, and opposition alliance troops at various training camps across the country. They have been at the containment site for nearly 2 years without choosing, with some choosing to leave the camp over lack of food, shelter, and medication. The government claims it does not have a weapon to give to the extracted unified forces. It argued that it cannot purchase arms due to embargo imposed on South Sudan by United Nations Security Council. That is the three highlight I have. But I would like to just say it is very unfortunate to see there is attacks on people while we are on a peace process. And that's why we are urging that every Southern Sudanese or a government, we have to cultivate the love and the peace in our hearts because we are in the environment of peace. And also, what I want to say here also, the issues of Chinese teaching us, I don't know, we're supposed to be teaching Chinese because they are in our countries, not them coming to teach us. We didn't go to China, but there is another invasions, and that is not good. And in regard of arm, I support what the special invoice to Sudan and South Sudan is saying. We don't need more arms. Already, IO has their arm, they have their weapon, and the government there they have their weapon. So there is no need to go around that we don't have arms to graduate the unified forces. So thank you. I yield back to you.
شكرا أخ ويليام. طبعا لو لاحظنا المشكلة لتخريج القوى الموحدة ما بسبب الأسلحة، لكن واضح جدا أنه يعني ما في رغبة سياسية. عشان كده الغوات دي لسه هناك. المشكلة ما مشكلة بتاع الأسلحة ولا حتى المشكلة بتاع الأغذية، لأنه إحنا شفنا برضو في أكلات جايبين من رنج ومن وين، وجايبين من شركة بتاع ما أعرف يسموه Y2K ولا شنو كده، ما أعرف. بيوزع أكلات للمكان اللي فيها قوات، وكمان في أسلحة جمعت يعني من 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 اسمه شندا من المواطنين. على الأقل من المفروض يعيد تشغيلها بصورة كويس ويصلحوا به القوات الموحدة عشان الناس يعني تلاقي أمان. لكن تقريبا ما في رغبة سياسية. بس نتمنى إنه مع الضغوط الدولية يمكن يقدروا يعني يخرجوا الغوات دي. حاجة تاني بس أنا برضو عايز أتطرق عليه. عرفنا إنه البرلمان القومي طبعا عينوهم، وطبعا الأرقام طبعا يعني تحس إنه حيكون ما في توازن. لكن بس اللي احنا المفروض عايزين نقوله للأعضاء البرلمانيين اللي اختاروهم، من المفروض من هنا يحاولوا يشقوا طريقهم. لو هم عايزين يجيبوا سلام في جنوب السودان، يستقلوا استقلال تام بقوة بتاعهم عشان يقدروا يجيبوا سلام في جنوب السودان. ما يكونوا ناس مسيسين وهم يكونوا دائما تحت عرضة التهديد من رئيس الدولة. يعني المفروض يحاولوا يشتغلوا بكل أمان ويظهروا حرية بتاعهم الدوليهم كأعضاء برلمانيين، لأنه هم جزء أساسي من الحكومة. هم حكومة، يعني حتى بما فيها المعارضة اللي معاهم لو في معارض هم حكومة. يعني المفروض يستقلوا استقلال تام، وعشان شنو يقدر يؤدي واجبهم بصورة كويس، لأنه الشغل لسه كتير قدامهم، عندهم قدامهم انتخابات وحاجات كتير. فلو ما استغلوا سياسيا فبكل تأكيد يعني all their work will be really biased. ده كويس. ده الحاجة اللي أنا عايز أقوله في العناوين البارزة هناك. وبرضه يعني أنا شفت حاجة كويس من تلفزيون جنوب السودان، إنه جنوب السودان قدر يرد على المعاصي اللي بتحصل لشعب جنوب السودان في مصر. يعني شفنا فيديو الولد الصغير بيتعرض لضرب، وربما في سيدات كمان تعرضوا ل يعني لاغتصابات. لكن على الأقل سفارة جنوب السودان وحكومة جنوب السودان يعني قدر انه يقول للشعب، للحكومه المصريه او للسفاره المصريه، يعني حاولوا اعتنوا برعايه بالناس بتاعنا اللي هناك. واكيد ده خطوه كويس جدا، ونتمنى انه جنوب السودان يعمل الكثير، لانه شعب جنوب السودان يعني تعبانين في سواء كان في يوغندا ولا في كينيا ولا في ايثيوبيا ولا في مصر تعبانين. لكن لو الحكومه قدر برضه يعني نازل طلعوا باسباب صح، يمكن الطرف بتاعها على حكومه، لكن لو حكومه رجعت في عقله وعرفت انه النازل هناك ديل ناسه، فمن هناك شنو يعني خليه يبادر بالاعمال الكويس. يعني يقيف وقفه بتاع رجل عشان شعب جنوب السودان الموجودين المتشتته في انحاء العالم كمان يكونوا معززين ومكرمين لو الحكومه بتاعهم بيقف وراهم. وكمان موضوع بتاع المخيم اللي هيقفلوه لحد هسه انا ما عارف بالضبط ليه عايزين يقفلوا مخيمات في كاكوما وحاجات ديل. يعني what is the reason؟ هل حكومة جنوب السودان طرف منه، ولا الحكومة الكينية يا هو عمل كده؟ لأنه شفنا كينيا لبت دعوات بتاع جنوب السودان كذا مرة، وإحنا شفنا لما شالوا أجري إيدن ودون دون سايمون ولا دون يا سو يعني ونازل لي حسه طبعا خلاص يعني فقدنا امل فيهم. فهل انه قفله بتاع المخيمات دي، هل حكومه جنوب السودان طرف فيها ولا هم ما طرف فيها؟ وهيعملوا شنو لشعب جنوب السودان اللي هيتعرضوا انه يقفلوا المعسكر اللي هم فيه، وهم هيمشوا وين؟ نشوف موقف جنوب السودان هيعمل شنو. I'm not sure if my brother or my colleague Mabor has something to say about Bahar Ghazal. I think for Equatorian, Juju, she is not here today. But if there is nothing, so we will go ahead and my brother Otto, I will yield the mic to you. And we can go ahead with our topic if there's nothing else.
Thank you. Mabor, you don't have anything to say?
Actually, I was not prepared for report.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. Otto, with the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it is a time to hear from our panel, those who make research about the history of the struggle in Southern Sudan. As I said before, there is struggle started in 1947. And after that, we hear again 1955. And after that, we know 1983. Now we have a country. So it's a long history, but the time is limit for us. We will try our best, try to go over it. We are sorry we didn't get one of expert in history, but next time we will try our best. Those who know history of 1947, they will try next time to come and educate us. So today, we will start with 1955. And one of panel is going to give us what he get, so we can take it from there. William Goldit, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Otto. Thank you, Pal. Thank you, Mabor. Simon. Thank you, viewer. There is echo. I don't know. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm greeting you in the name of the people of Southern Sudan all. Uh, I think today is very important that we talk about what brought us uh, to the country we call today South Sudan. So we have a living heroes and heroines who survive, who struggles. So I think one of them, they will join us and then we can hear from them. It's good there are people who are still alive who have been in a war even at the age uh, that they were very young. So it is an honor that they will be here with us if they can, so that we can hear from them because they will tell us their experience, their grievances, anything they have, they will tell us. They are our teachers. So before I start this, I will just call for 1 minute silence to remember our heroes, البنات أبطال والرجال والليدر بتاعنا الماتوا والقتل اللي لسه عايشين كده نعمل وقفة واحد 1 minute silent to remember them and to remember our people who are widows whose husbands or wives has been killed in this war from starting in 1955 up to this moment, to remember them, to remember the orphans whose parents perished in this war, to remember our women, our sisters, our mothers, and to remember the refugees wherever they are. Because without all these people, we don't have a country today. So let us just remember them. Thank you. So we talking about the history of struggles in South Sudan, but we have to recall that لما يكون في الحرب في أسباب للحرب. يا بيقولوا إن مثلا الرؤساء أو الزعماء بدل الحرب المسؤولين in a leadership, they sit down and they write manifesto. Manifesto contain the reason why we're fighting and what is the solution. So uh, these ideas, it didn't come without the blood, because we have in Southern Sudan, there are two ideas. One was the separation of Southern Sudan from North Sudan. And then the others, long time ago, it was to create a unified Southern Sudan. No, Sudan. They call it a secular Sudan, where two part of the Sudan will live together. So that is another ideas also. But we all know that monopoly or domination is the evil that is killing human today in the world. I think that is what we came across it when the British started to prepare to give the independence of Sudan to the Sudanese. And then Northern Sudanese also has been preparing themselves how to siege us, to control us. So we all remember that the ideas came that the Northern Sudanese want to transfer or redeploy their troops from South Sudan to North Sudan. And the funny ideas were that they need to be a transfer from South to North Sudan without weapon or without ammunition. So you know what does it mean? And I think that led us to a mutiny in Turit, 1955. So that is the beginning. That movement started the struggle of Southern Sudan in 1955. And 1963, different forces, they merged together. And then they called themselves Anyanya. Anyanya, I think it means a snake, the poison of a snake. So those groups, they become, if you may agree with me, the founders of our country of today, the founder or the founding fathers What does it mean to be a founding fathers? When we said founding fathers, if there are many, because when they merge and they name the movement as Anyanya, then they create their own manifesto or constitution, how to govern themselves and what country they want to see down the road to be called as Southern Sudan, separated from North Sudan. So they were founding a system. I think in America, we have a founding fathers, including George Washington. They are a group. So they were calling that we should combine 13 colonies. And then we declare the independence of America from Britain. And they did. So today they are called founding fathers of American. So if we want to trace the founding father of Southern Sudan, we will find out it is starting in 1955. And then again, when they merged together in 1963. So, and of course, we know Lago was the leader until اتفاقية بتاع Addis Ababa اللي هو 72 that give the self autonomy to the people of Southern Sudan. No, اتفاقية بتاع Addis Ababa ما ظبط. يعني حتى الماير انتم لو متذكرين كان بقول ان الاتفاقية ده مش القرآن الكريم. So لابد هنا مثلا يكنسلوه. They cancel it. But كان في مشكلة في اتفاقية. إني اتفاقية أساسا ماشية من الخرطوم. مجلس الكنائس دخلوا واتفاق ما ظبط زي ما كان يريدوا الأعضاء بتاع الموفمنت. فجبروها ووقعوا اتفاقية لقعد مع في ناس كتير ما جاء للمدينة. في ايكو. اوكي ثانك يو بال. سو ناس ما جاء اظن في ودانا شنو اللي هو كلام اللي قالوا الامير ان مثلا اتفاقيه ده مش في القران الكريم والقش اللي كان موجود ان مثلا اتفاقيه ده يعملوا بطريقه يعني مش موجود في القلوب. الكلام ده رجع للجنوبيين للقتال. هو كم 75 في أكوبو تم تمرد في أكوبو 75. سو التمرد ده بعد شوية صار سموها شنو؟ سموها أنيانيا 2. وكان في واحد ميجر أقوت أقوت ولا يا أقوت يا كان من الناس اللي هو بلشوا تمرد في وقت داك في أكوبو وعملوا أنياني 1 بدل أنياني 2. بعد شوية ناس قايتوت سامويل قايتوت ناس ضل شوال ويليام ضل شوال صاروا من أعضاء بدل أنياني 2 ده. بعد شوية وصلنا لشنو؟ ده اليوم أننا بنتكلم فوق اليوم اللي هو 16 ماي which is tomorrow. وقت كاربينو اتمردت. So ناس كاربينو وناس قرن ماشا ضموا. So I think I might be wrong, but that is the information I have. And this is what we know. That no, we have two come. There is come A and there is come B. So come A فيها ناس Samuel Gaitut ناس عضلة شول هما بنادوا بانفصال جنوب السودان. والكم B الهو فيها ناس كاربينو ناس جون جران وبنادو في New Sudan. So now they talk, these people, they negotiated how to combine two camps. So they differ on two things, which is, again, as I mentioned, the objectives of the movement. New Sudan or suppression, they differ. And then also number two, who will lead? Who will lead the movement? So the leadership was a problem, and objective of movement was a problem. So we know what happened between two. I think they crashed and they ran over each other's, and then SPLM was named, that is the Sudan People Liberation Movement. So that is from there, Sudan People Liberation Movement became the mainstream in Southern Sudan that time. No, what happened after that? We have a split of the movement itself. 1991. Movement is split into two. واحد سموها Nasser faction وتوريد faction. Again, it was مشكلة بدا إن كان في dictatorship ونبرنين هو manifesto بدا movement. طيب ناصر راح والتوريد راح. Now there is, of course, two different philosophy. New Sudan vision, new Sudan vision, and self-determination. ولد بعد انفصال من ناس أركا من الفصيلة الرئيسية زي ما بقولوا. So we have a principle of self-determination being legislated by Nasser. So if you نظرت إن مثلا a principle ده بدا self-determination هو ذاته بدا 55, and then again 1975. Now Nasser now is following it. And then Nasser, of course, they split with each others, and then that led us to Dr. Yagmeshar Behalo والدكتور لاما كول بحاله وماشى وقع اتفاقية فشودا peace agreement ورياك كان فضل هناك والصلب دكتور قرن هو موجود في توريد هناك يعني we know how many peace negotiation كان موجود في بقولوا أبوشا 1 وأبوشا 2 وفي بدال فرانكفورت في أشياء ديل كلهم شفت كيف وبعد شوية يمكن صار فيها توقيف إلى اتفاقية لخرطوم للسلام اللي هو بتاع القيادة بتاع رياض مشير يمكن من خلال الاتفاقية بتاع خرطوم للسلام ده يمكن الشماليين أخذوا فرصة ده حتى لو حفروا بترول بتاع جنوب السودان في وقت ده كان فرصة كويس للشماليين لأنه الجماعة ديل انقسموا كله وده بقى شغال بطريقته. So أركة تاني وحدوة تاني اللي هو ناس دكتور يانغ مشير مع دكتور جرن اتوحدوا تاني ويمكن واحدة ده ما كان في انقسام تاني لغاية ما وقع اتفاقية بتاع 2005 and then now 2011 we have a chance for referendum and then we have our country today. Thank you. I will just stop here. Moderator Otto, thank you very much. This is the capacity I have, but I think we will learn from our brother who are here, especially the people who fought the war. They are living heroes. and they have a live information for us. For thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, William. I think that's a brief. We told you before. He did his best to get what he said today. And we have also chances to go research to ourselves. As we speak, today, Southern Sudanese, they're still struggling. To get your rights, it's not easy thing. People, they think about it like something easy, but not. It will take time, and history will write itself. Therefore, when we start 1983, this is we call the modern war in Southern Sudan, because come with the artillery, they are very well equipped. But if you look to Anyanya 1, I think they are depending of wherever the city they coach, they get their equipment from the people there or from the army of Northern Sudan at that time. But SPLM, it was totally different struggle for people of Southern Sudan and people of Sudan, because the philosophy of SPLM, it was well known to us, all of us, that we need united Sudan, which will unite all of us. فبرنامج كان طويل، وفعلا اللعبة السياسية الجماعة بتاعنا عملوه في حركة نجح، وقدر النهارده نتكلم واصوات بتاعنا شنو مسموع. فعلى ضوء ذلك انا كان داير نسال الاخ ويليام، 1955 ده منو كان قائد بتاعت الحركه في الزمن ده؟ وبعد ما حصل في 1963 ده منو كان قائد بتاع الحركه الثاني؟ لان ده جزء من اجزاء فعلا النضال بتاع الشعب الجنوب السودان. فلو عندك فرصه ممكن تراجع اوراق بتاعك وممكن تورينا بالضبط الليدر بتاعت الزمن ده كان ناس منه، لانه ده الناس يستفيدوا منه.
I just want to interject here a little bit. As for the question that you just raised, I think it shouldn't go to William alone, but we are happy that we have veterans with us. We have Mabor Welcome. He was in a struggle. And I think my young brother, Main, also, maybe Main Gabriel, I think also he had an opportunity to be a veteran, or he had also knowledge about the history of our struggle. And also we have the veteran Jeremiah. I think we will learn a lot from you guys tonight. As you all see, my brother William scan through it, all of it, as the struggle start. I remember my brother Uto was saying something about 1947, which, if I can remember correctly, I think about the disagreement when it's happened at the round table. I'm not sure if at that time there is people that carried arm, because as we know, at on those 40s, we heard about some of the South Sudanese leaders that become in parliament in Khartoum, like I don't know, those of William Deng, those of Philemon Majuk, right? Those leaders, they were there. And then there is a third one. So there were few South Sudanese that, because of that differences, yes, they were calling for independence of South Sudan, but we don't know what happened because of the corruption that was going on. We didn't get our independence, but we were united all together with Sudan, but there was certain individual that represent us in the government in Khartoum at that time. So there is, I don't remember if there is any sort of a struggle. Also, when we come to 1955, is the same thing also. before the independence of Sudan from Britain. That issue was raised again. Also, as South Sudan should be also a separate country, and didn't go. But we heard a very historical name about Agri Jaden and others who were also pastors and things like that. Maybe um, our brothers who are veteran will remember those names. Uh, as we are coming, yes, there was another rebellion after the Addis Ababa Agreement in 1973. I think after that, in 1975, there was uh, 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 um, I think there was a movement that was formed at that time, and they ran to Bill Farm. I remember a name, somebody by uh, Benson Quine, something like that, and other names, till we came to 19. Uh, this is where maybe our brothers who are veterans, they can remind us exactly, because I think in 81 or 82, I think it started by William Nguyen in Ayot, that where I think when he defect from there, and then from there I think he went to Bor, where the May 16 start, and him and Carbino they left from there, and after that, followed by Jongarang coming in '83. I think his mission is to go bring those people in, but he decided to go with them. But we will hear a lot from our veterans that maybe know it exactly. So what we are trying to say here, because many people they think that they struggle is just start that day by Kerbino Kwanyan. But there was a lot of things that was taking place before. But I think from the bullet that Kerbino Kwanyan shot, I think the people of South Sudan didn't stop after that. That is where they start fighting, because if we heard about 1955, they say something, but what happened, right? So it's end up by Joseph Lago. You're not hearing what I'm saying? Okay. So Joseph Lago become the leader of Anyanya One and things like that till they came in 75. So what I'm just asking from our panelists, or they can just go elaborate a little bit more into how this struggle started till we are today. Okay, back to you, Uto. Give your guests their chances.
Okay, thank you, Pearl. I think it's good you mentioned some name, and that's what really important for us to let the viewers know why those names pop up. You know, when you lead people, always make sure you are going to achieve at least some of objective. Therefore, name come up like Joseph Lago because he did his best to lead people of Southern Sudan struggling. That's why we are going to remember that name, and the next generation the same thing. Anyway, we don't have anything to say more than what we hear from our brother William. Let me give chance to Mobor to elaborate if he want to go back to 55 and come all the way to where he joined the movement. That will be great. Mobor, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, panels and the host, uh, Brother Pell, Brother William, Brother Otto, Brother Simon, Brother Jeremiah, and Brother Ming, uh, actually Uncle Ming. I can call him uncle, but he's still younger than I am, but he's my uncle in respect. Uh, and oh, I'm greeting all, including those who are in the panel or those who are watching down, giving comment. Today is a historical event that we put this day as the May 16. May 16 is started in the middle of the long run that brought the independence of South Sudan. I will be keep going back to where it is started by our brother William. Yes, it happened to be that in 1950s, it started with the priest in the south side of South Sudan, in Torit, that become a historical place today. It was a priest, and led it. I think our brother Jeremiah will come and put some information about it. So that's the course that I know from there. Let's come to 70s or 72 to come down here. Peace agreement was being signed. And when peace agreement was signed, those who were in Anyanya 1, the heroes of heroes, some are still alive today, that we can even mention their name, who participated in struggle and even participated in this struggle of 1983 that they call it now, and even the during after we already become independent of the war that it happened to be, it is still yet finished or is finished. There is the people that I could even mention that are still exist today who participated in Anyanya 1. I will mention some names that I know, but there are the heroes of heroes out there that participated. Stephen Kwong Bapie, he is still alive. He's a major general today, and he participated in Anyanya 1. If someone does not know about Stephen Kwong Bapie, he's a major general in IO today. It's one of the people who is still alive. There is a Joseph Lago, which is the leader of the Anyanya 1. We still currently, his eye still watching this development of chaos that's going on in our country. Brothers and sisters, comrades, I will be stopping on those highlights that I put there because I don't want to take many time. But there is heroes that are out there that cannot be denied. Come to peace when it's signed. The peace of 1972, and actually peace that people was yearning that they need to sign. South Sudanese was really ready to fight to the cause that they can get their self-determination, whether through peace or through war. That's something that was obvious. I found them from my uncle in that cases. So to come to that sense, Abelalier, quite, we still alive today, and I believe sometime in Juba they watch us door. They don't watch us like coming like those who are commenting now. Thank you for those who come in and do the comment. They watch us in the back and they know what we are doing exactly. Abelalier Koch is the one who went and deceived Joseph Lago that we will bring our independence, let's do peace. And he's the one who took South Sudanese to Khartoum. Abelalier himself, who is still alive today. So they sign peace. After they do a selection for those who will go to military, they're dividing it into three. In some regions, which is, they call it a counties. It was a counties. County of Bargadal, and county of Equatoria, and county of
Upper Nile.
So what happened to be in those, the generals, because Abel Alier is the one who become a leader, pointing himself as a figure person who bring heroes, become a hero within northern Sudan. And he got himself into high figure, as a high politician. He went and collected some individual, person like Kola Mom. If anybody never heard about Kola Mom, he brought a person like Deng Niang, and then he brought a figure within the individual community, that those who become loyalists to him, upgrade them to high rank as a general within Sudan, and they demoted the rest. He controlled South Sudan, and that was the mindset that he was doing with Jafar Mohammed Lameri. So what happened to be, it happened to be that after he done that, he controlled the power. The power that he controlled, and then he used it. And then when people seen that, because the heroes who died within Anyanya 1, if people does not know them, they are very, very, very heroes. Very heroes. If you could heard about it, always nobody mentioned this person. Always, every time people are mentioning things, nobody care about the minority people. When you are a minority, although you become a big hero like that, nobody mentioned them. Nobody mentioned them. Comrade Hotel. If anybody should know about Hotel, it's the high figure in Upper Nile, and he got killed. He was not just die, he got killed in Maka. The same Malakal that we're talking about as a capital of Greater Upper Nile today. He got killed, that was in the war. And when people are mentioning people, and this guy is from Ananywa, twice. Nobody even tried to mention that person. I always hear it from my uncle, who used to be his brother guy, perhaps. Okay? So there are heroes there got killed in that place. Then peace was being implemented, but people, when they were military. They demoted some military, and then some military got upset. Like it been mentioned in 1975. The leader of 1975 is Benson Kwan in October. That's in June. In June, in October 1975, he left October and he went to Bill Farm. The Bill Farm that you hear in Juba, the founder of Bill Farm is Benson Kwan and the current person who is still alive today in Khartoum, Gordon Kongchul. Is the people
So
who own the historic.
so the Bill Palm in Juba was named after the real Bill Palm
After
that
the real
was
Bill Farm in Ethiopia, yes.
Eastern Upper Nile.
Eastern Deccan, yes.
Yeah.
See? So come to this. After they sit in Bill Farm, they always come between Bill Farm and Gambela, direct from there, especially their lead. There's a person that I keep forgetting his name, and very high figure within some politician within, and he's from Japan, by the way. He's the one. He's the Secretary General of Bilpa Group in 1975, 1980s. So in 1980s, the person who came after Bill Farm is a group that is, some of them are Shuluk, some of them are Nuer, and some of them are Ananywa. That's 1982. At the beginning of end of like 1981, they came and joined, and then the person who become, let's say, these three people came together: Kwaratem, Gaitut, and Abdallah Shwal. Abdallah Shwal was not getting off from Khartoum. He was getting off from Beirut. From Beirut to Addis Ababa, direct. But Abdallah Shwal and Gaitut, they were getting off from Malakal, direct to Nasser to Bilfa. That's how they started. If people does not know about those this is the thing that people should know. So come to after 83, they already establishing themselves. They already get in communication with the Ethiopian. Ethiopian already knew them already, including the security of Ethiopia, knew them that there's people who are already establishing the movement in Bilpa. So what happened to be after that? So what happened to be after that? So yeah, someone tried to comment something here. After that, so these people, a person like Karbino Kwanyan was one among the group who happened to be starting the war in in
But
both.
let me just ask you a question here. I think as you go, you mentioned Guy Tut and Abdullah Chowal and Quad Tim. So they went ahead. I think they followed. Maybe the person was in Bill Palm at that time was Benson Quine. So
Yes,
they go, but they got followed by other things. That is before '83. So
yes,
if you can remember, who came after those of Gaitut? Who came after Gaitut? Because we know about what William Nyon did in Ayot, for example,
yeah.
right?
After that, that's what I'm
And
going
after,
to.
oh, because you mentioned '83
Yes,
before. Mhm.
that's what I'm.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the same 83. From there, nobody came until 83 because 83 is the where that people become genetic, already hearing that there is people already form something out there. They already knew that there's a movement. So and Bino Kwanyin was not just shooting that bullet from nowhere and he want to run from nowhere. No, he was shooting that bullet. He knows where he's going because he already have a security that there is the people already are there. So he was not going somewhere that he doesn't know. He knows there is a place already. So he was just going there. So 83 in May, that is today, that people are celebrating today, it was the day that John Garang, and William Nyon, no, Carbino Kwanyin, and the others, uh, because Iwanyin and Galwa Mudol were there, and Stephen Kwambaki that I mentioned, who is still a major general, was there, and and uh, and and uh, another Dol Panom Tanpieng was among the group, and and uh, another person I mentioned was among those group. So after that, they shoot that bullet. Panom Tanpieng is from that area, so they shoot that bullet, and after they fight. So what happened to be Carbina himself got in that war. And when they're fighting, they did not capture Bo. They would just run away. They was being defeated by because it was not well prepared. They were not well organized. It's something that happened. So, and then there they run. But he himself were about to be captured. But the Rome was here by William Nyon. William shoot the bullet in in Ayo. And then he knew that this group are in very intense. So he empowered them. He came direct. He didn't go direct to 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 Bilpa. He just came direct to where in Bor, where these people was being surrounded, and even there was a Murle. This this Murle community was fighting that long time. There was a Murle group that was being invited and say, oh, because Sudan government was fighting Murle. And this major general that I'm talking about now, which is Stephen Kwambapie, was in the that F4 rank. within the military. He was the one who was being assigned in Bivor. But after that, they turn and say, oh, Arab is fighting us. And then they were fighting that Arab, so they unite together. So, and that William Nyon came that way, and then they unite together, and then they they find a way that they have to go with the Carbino Kwani to Bilpam, from Bilpam, because Carbino was still paying, they have to take him to Itang. And from Itang there, he got treatment. So after that, it became to have a two camp. Those who are military who came newly, emerging themselves to Itang. And then the people of Bilpam follow them into Itang. So this is a long to put it together. But after that, those things, it happened in January. And then in the mid of April, John Graham came in, followed them, and come and left his car. That car is still there until today in Wulangdiu Gai, in the muddy area, because in that time there was a raining season coming. So this, I have to cut it short because it's a long thing to say. So people have to know that things was not start in May 16. Things start before that. But people have to know that everybody deserves credit, not to be cutting off from credit. And there are the people that cannot even deserve credit. Our current president today did not shoot bullet.
Thank you. Mobor. Nano Hanidi Fursa Tani for let me move on to others panel so that I was going to give you more chance because I need you really talk about the experience you get from the SPLM. هنديك فرصة تاني نحن ما زلنا مستمر نتكلم عن النضال بتاع الشعب الجنوب السودان. يا جماعة قلنا كلامنا من day one أو بداية بتاع الشو. نحن قاعدين هنا مع الناس بتاع عندنا خبرة في تاريخ، لكن قاعدين نحاول نعمل الريسيرش بتاعنا وبعد كده نيجي نتكلم. إذا في أسماء ورد وفي أسماء ما ورد، ده مش يعني إننا خلقنا تاريخ جديد، ده كله ناخده together. بعد كده ده بيكون شنو؟ حاجة نانو ساين بوراو، نانو دايرين أصلا يكون في حاجة موجود في يدنا للجنريشن الجاي. فالمهم نانو قاعدين هنا قاعدين نتكلم على حسب الخبرات والقراية قريناه لتاريخ جنوب السودان، نضال بتاع شعب جنوب السودان، وعندنا ناس معنا هنا. فأنا كان هندي فرصة لجرمايا، لكن ندي فرصة للمون because خط بتاعه قاعد يقطع كل شوية، فأنا ده نديه فرصة على أساس هو يتكلم ويوري الخبرة بتاعه. مثلا هو ضم لحركة 200. مون تفضل.
Before Muna, I just want to mention one thing. We don't need to devalue ourselves or to just undermine ourselves by saying that we don't have people who are expert. Everybody here is expert. Even if you are a lawyer in the office, you have a case, you have to review the book again before you go to the court. So it's not nice to ourselves to say that we are not expert here. There is no expert on this world. Everybody is expert in what he or she know. And then we talked before about elites. So everybody here is elite to himself. This is just clarification I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
The other thing I would like to say for the panelists that is they're going to be speaking, I would love to hear really when every struggle started, and we heard about mutiny. We heard about people rebelling. We heard about people shooting bullets. I would love to hear what are the reasons that make those individual to make the mutiny or to shoot the bullet against the government. And because these are the things that are important for our movement. We didn't just decide to take arms and fight the government for no reason. There is reasons. So I would love to add that to the panelists that are speaking. At least mention what are the reasons. So Uto, go ahead, give chances to your guests.
Thank you, Pel. I think our speaker is going to be Moon. You are welcome to.
All right. You are getting me?
Yeah.
Uh, all right. So let me start with the calling. So في يوم 16 مايو بيطلق المدفع يشق أنان الغابة. مبروك للجيش الشعبي، للجيش الشعبي برافو. مبروك للجيش الشعبي، للجيش الشعبي برافو. SPLA ويه، SPLM ويه. Tari Sudan na gangna SPLA way. So 16 May, the People Revolution, the SPLA, SPLM. 16 May was the month, and 1983 was the year. The war over the towns extend to a youth and other areas. Carbino Kwanyin Bol Blues is triumphant, and William Nyon Ben Machar answered with the first bullet. Their eyes were threatened with G3 and Kalanchikov in flame. The Nyanya song war recomposed. The Battalion 104 picked up the spear and burnished in the grass. Battalion 105 cried and say our winner demand. Revolution is so attention comrade, don't listen to the harmonic music of bourgeoisie celebrating the days of humanity in Khartoum. Attention only to those who sacrifice their life for our honorable land and wage the war against the oppressive regime in Khartoum. I remember how you became a second-class citizen in your own land. Bravo, comrade. Bravo, the SPLA. Bravo, the SPLM. The bourgeoisie have finally realized the danger of war, the war for justice, the war for democracy, the war for the freedom. We are free and last, and we are free and last. Our heroes and heroines, they watered the tree of liberty with the bloodshed of 2.5 million South Sudanese people. The warriors of good cause, Kalanchi on our shoulder. The warriors of good cause, Comrade John Garang de Mabura team. The warrior of good cause, Kwanyin Bol. The warrior of good cause, Nyachigag Nyachuluk. The warrior of good cause, Agri Jadet. The warrior of good cause, Gordon Motard. The warrior of good cause, Comrade Salva Kiir Mayadi. The warrior of good cause. All of us here, the warriors of good cause. Thank you very much. Let me begin. I salute all of you, dear comrade. So I send my salutation to our heroes and the heroine who took the arms and fought against the war of the freedom to the people of South Sudan. So at the beginning, let me start the issue of the Sudan was not just only a marginalization. It was the reason of the identity. As they begin, the Arab himself, as a male, was a first-class citizen in Sudan, and his wife was a second-class citizen. Algeria, Chad, they were a third-class citizen in our own land in Sudan. The first-class citizen in Sudan was the Arab diplomatic relationship. American, Chinese, Germanese, they were a first-class citizen. And the first-class citizen in Sudan, they were the black Muslim. The black people, our brothers of Nubian Mountain and Darfurian, they were a first-class citizen in Sudan. And then we ask ourselves, we, the Christian, where is our position? The South Sudanese by then, Southern Sudan, they were a sixth-class citizen in Sudan. This war, the people of South Sudan, they rejected this total exploitation, marginalization, and Islamization and Arabization of the Arab. So in 1947, it was the beginning. As some of you, they put it very clear. 1947 was a turning point for the people of Southern Sudan to wake up and see what is going on. There is a serious marginalization in Sudan. And that one, there was a Juba conference. That conference was attended by chiefs of Southern Sudan from 3 regions. Until they came in Juba and they held the meeting. Back to Anyanya 1, 1955, date 18 August 1955 in Torit. The one who shot the first bullet in 1955 was called Ronaldo. He is from Adi. And that is why they formed Anyanya 1. Anyanya in Madi language mean snake, mean the poison of the snake, and that is why they named themselves with a very strong meaning of the Anyanya. They were like snake the moment the Motin themselves, the gorilla. So from there, the leader of the Anyanya 1 movement was aggregated, deputized by in the political wing was Gordon Mottart, the one, and then the deputy to Gordon Mottart was Joseph Lago. And you know the differences, our differences, they are not new. The differences of the South Sudanese people, they are not new. They were there since day one. From 1969 to 1971, there were a dispute within the moment. This dispute within the moment, after aggregated pass on, Gordon Mottart took over as a leader of Anyanya 1 to take the lead. There within the moment, there are some disputes. Gordon Mottart, these issues of our tribalism, they are not new. They start very early before some of us here born. So there are some people who were in the moment. Majority of them, they are Equatorian. Anyanya moment, Anyanya 1 moment is spread to the side of the Afanai to Ayut, and then lead to Barakizal. There, Gordon Mottart traveled to Israel, 1971, and then Joseph Lago, he took over, and then he was sent a military ammunition from Israel to there is a counter-insurgency. The counter-insurgency was used by the government of Sudan by Nimeri to divide the people of southern Sudan not to achieve their goal. The issue of the counter-insurgency to create the dispute between them. So the people, they differ. Those of Gordon left. He did not even come to Sudan. He was very annoyed. He left he went to Israel, and then from Israel direct, he went up to UK in United Kingdom. He went and stayed there until those of Joseph Lago, they start this war. 17 years. It is war 17 years, by the way, until they reach to a final agreement in 1972 in Addis Ababa. They went and they signed the agreement, but the agreement was not implemented by by Jabir Nimeri. Because Jabir Nimeri was a great oppressor who oppressed the people of South Sudan. He is the one who said that the Sudanese people must be ruled by Islamic. And all of the people, they will be a Muslim, whether they want it or not. Which is unbecomable and unwinnable for the people to become a Muslim. That is why Comrade John Grant said that one is a crazy idea. Islamism will not unite us, but Sudanism will unite all of us regardless of wherever we come from. So at that juncture, the agreement did not went smoothly. There are some people, some soldiers, they did not integrate it. They said that they will be integrated. They took to go and work in the Ministry of Infrastructure as a civic servant to construct the road. So therefore, John Garang was one of the military, was among them. He was integrated. He was in the field of the research in Sudan, in the military, and at the same time, he was a lecturer in University of Khartoum. He went and do his masters until he realized the marginalization is not in Sudan. That is why he left. So now let me briefly talk about the brief profile of the SPLM, and then I will give the floor to some of you here because of the time, so that we can share ideas. By the way, this is a great day to all the people of South Sudanese. Until we achieve this independence, it was achieved through the people of South Sudan, not the role of, and it was achieved through the people who were also in the diaspora. It was not achieved through the people, the revolutionaries and veteran alone. No. So the Sudan People Liberation Movement, which is SPLM, as was founded on the 16 May 1983 in the town of Bor as a political arm of the Sudan People Liberation Army. SPLM waged a fiery liberation struggle that recorded in due to the determination of its citizens that rejected politically, economically, and easy religions and the cultural domination from the Arab. So therefore, the people of South Sudan, we were rejected in everything. In politically, South Sudanese, they were not participate. In economics, they are totally poor, easy religion, cultural. So the successive regime, government of Khartoum under Jabir Nimeri were there. So at this juncture, let me give floor to some of you so that we can share ideas of the liberation. We are all experts, like the way William said. By the way, all of us, we are well informed uh, about the history of our country, and we need the history to be put it down, like this marginalization which was done in Khartoum. Anyone, any South Sudanese who contributed, they will say Mohammed or Ali who amul haja kene. Kalam kalam kadab sakin magana. Mm. So I did just thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Moon. Thank you for your contribution. I think we are not denying ourselves. We don't have idea, but we have idea and we are born in the war. When I said we are not expert, does not mean like we are coming to tell them in details. So anyway, it's okay. Let me move on. We all know what happened in Southern Sudan, and we are living in the same situation. But what you said really is good. You know what you saw, and today I will say you are one of witness war in Southern Sudan. We know it by detail, but the time is against us. Therefore, I will move on. I will give chance to our brother Jeremiah to liberate. But before Jeremiah come, can you please play the video I told you about the Zalzal? Please bear with us. We just want to send some of memory to those who was in SPLM before, so they can refresh their mind. معلش يا جماعة. I think نعتذر للجماعة لأنه الصوت أساسا عنده مشكلة، فخلينا ندي فرصة لجرماية على أساس ندي فرصة لجرماية على أساس الصوت ما كويس، وأصلا الصوت ده كان بيتكلم باللغة العربية لكن شكله كده كان أنت قاعد تسمعه باللغة مختلف. فالسبب بتاع الفيديو ده إنه ده بداية بتاعت التدريب. كتيب بيقولوا زلزال، وكاميرا جرماية موجود معكم هنا هيقدر يوريكم بالضبط كان حصل شنو في يوم ده، وهو واحد من الناس اللي كانوا موجودين انت شايفين تحت قبل شوية. فجرماية you are welcome.
Jeremiah, can you unmute yourself? I tried to unmute you, but it's not working or what, I'm not sure. Or somebody else is doing it too. Okay, now it's good. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brother Otto, for giving me this chance. And also, I thank the members of the Nile Nation Network, Board of Directors or panel, the participant here, and my comrades, the war veterans in Nile Nation Network who are here today, all the viewers, the rest of Nile Nation, the rest of the war veterans across the globe wherever they are. I salute and greet you all. And today is a very important day for all of us, we the people of South Sudan. Uh, it is 16 May 1983. It is a life sacrifice day of our people, and it was under the Battalion 104 in Bor Garrison under Carbino Kwanyin Bull, and 16 May is the mother of the independence of the Republic of South Sudan, and General Carbino Kwanyin Bull is the symbol of 19 May 16. Is a symbol of that day, 16 May 1983. And Dr. John Garang Mebir, chairman of the SPLM and commander-in-chief of the SPLA, is the founding father of the nation called South Sudan. And before I go ahead, let me brief you a bit about how this day came to exist. What happened really in general, as most of you have said, there were some elements in the source, because after the agreement in Addis Ababa, Joseph Lago was put in charge of the army forces in South Sudan after the assumption of the forces into the Sudan Army Forces. Then it came a time the President of the Republic, Jafar Mohammed Nimeri, had wanted to transfer all the Nyanya elements in South Sudan to the other part of Sudan, because he might have suspecting them of any rebellion at any time against his government, and people will return to Bush. Now the transfer, it became a problem. They did not want it in Kopoita, those of Bayot, in Akobo, in Pibur, and all over. They did not want to be transferred. They wanted just to be in South Sudan. That one defined the 16 May 1983. What happened? The true thing is that it was not a coup done by Carbino. It was not a coup. Battalion 104, it was the one which had been attacked by the rest of the Sudan Army Forces. Carbino was trying to defend himself. And by then, Dr. John was given permission from Khartoum to Bor to see his family. And after arriving Bor, that happened immediately. Then John Garang was suspecting that he might have been the target, being sent to Bor. Of course, even though it was a request to go to Bor to see his family, but he realized the government was aware that they are going to attack Carbino.
Just a second, okay.
So that was
this guy, I think there is facts, we want to check.
Okay.
So that
Don Largin, Dolarjan, sorry, just to let you know, and instead of you just jump in, let him finish his comment, and then later on we will give you the ground to
Oh,
say
okay.
yours. Yeah, that is how we do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dolarjan. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go
okay.
ahead,
Let me just
Jeremiah.
okay,
Jeremiah,
Kala
as
Arabic.
you're going, Jeremiah, I just need to maybe if you can mention something to us. You said Carbino was attacked, and that is where I need to understand clearly. If Carbino was attacked in Bor, is it could be a reaction of what William Nyon did in Ayot prior to May 16? Because
Okay.
the forces of Sudan will not come and attack you. I know there were been requests to be transferred, all of them, to northern Sudan, but before that May 16, why attack happened in Bor? Is it could be a result of what happened in Ayut? And go ahead. Yeah.
I
Okay.
think let me help this answer this question because it's from
Wait,
Paul
wait,
Doc.
wait, wait, wait a bit. Wait a bit. Give me a chance.
Yeah,
Sorry, give me a chance. Now
I
let
think
me just finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. Let me for
uh,
your
uh,
correction. Yeah, what I
brother
want to
brother Dol, brother
and the
Dol,
color.
because we don't want to make it like an argue between it's just um uh, in control. I ask him a question, me and Otto, we will be directing chances, and also we can ask any question for person to go ahead and elaborate more. So I will just ask you patient that whatever we ask, you can jot it down and answer it later based on your knowledge. It is not like it just people want to know, and the audience want to know the history behind our struggle. So we want to mark this day, and all of us, I think we are proud of our heroes and heroines that lost their life for our country. So yeah, brother Jeremiah, go ahead. Brother Don Largent, for sure, he will wait for his chance. He's here. He will has his minutes to make his comment. Go ahead, brother Jeremiah.
Thank you, Paul. Always the could be another kumpiti or another makaman mabaya, another mabazu about the tarik, not the kind of tarik, but the I will carry Kale Anama introduce Nafsi and because another Gararim Nakuzu. Is the major my job guy. Pilar VSPLA not active geography or joke sometime. Another middle SPLA Fishararba 1985 the Midwest and Upper Nile in Tunisia. Umecheza Filisubia in 1985 or Ghana Filetang or 1986 Michiana Filbongo Gerald Military Training Center الفيديو يكون شوفوا قبل فيديو ده كان يوم 27 شهر 10 1986 سمع دكتور جون جا يكلم معنا بعد لانه كلم معنا في ليتام قبل ما مشينا في البونغو وصلنا في البونغو ناس بنا بيوت ناس عمل صيانة للبيوت بعد صيانة البيوت وجا وديكلي لناس بيني تدريب بدأ كده so يوم بنشوف ده يوم ريتوريون ماتش اللي لنا في البونغو مركز تدريب وعلم بيني ده يوم التدريب بتاعكم في يوم ده وغير أسامي بتاع كتايب كان في كتيبة الكتب عنده حاجات زي الجيش كده كان سموه كتيبة مشاجة وقال لهم من الليلة ده ما بقول لكم وما بناديكم مشاجة تاني بناديكم كتيبة تغيان ده ياو سبب تغيان كتيبة تغيان جاكو ده ياو يوم الجاريزم ده كتيبة ده ama gair ketiba kan sama ban gairu ketiba burkana ama baga tebdel some draw
ارفع صوتك شويه brother Jeremiah, ارفع
for
صوتك شويه.
I so da yaw yom alkana asam ta kataib juzu mino samo ana lutu gari shugre da bugulu zalzal division zalzal 1 au zalzal 1 o washir alif o fi mukon minen bargat 1 yanu na kuna gadi ko gati bilge jaramer so alkan fi tibge jaramer kan fi bargat 1 katiba tagyan o katiba kede bi jambo wana nesete baden jay katiba minun o jay katiba le jamar huwa nuna o rata fi jamna o bargatu da yaw fi na shakush na bulkana na sonki mabaka del gasamo bas la arba lakin huwa kana shara alif zama gare diktor John Tumela for وكده قال المرقط دوات مقدم اسم ميون هنو نقول أقوم مريال يقول ميون دي يو كان قال المرقط وكده أبا يهود سبب ما تا بيدو ده now kali يجي كلام أنا جيت كلام ده أنا كده في انترفيو عملوا لدكتور جون في نيروبي أو قاعد في شجرة انترفيو عملوا انترفيو وزول من السودان وعرب وكلام أنا كلمت قبل ويا طلع في كشف متو فأنا بنقول لكم بيني فتجوا انترفيو ده في وكالة اتفاقية في نيروبي so haja ogalo ogal kan masalon kalam ogal haja de kan ma karbino kan ma mulingilab asasan da katiba 104 yau kana jamu so da kan ma ingilab da katiba yau kan ana jamu da kalam da Dr. John wana kitu tunatalgao lano interview da kan fi Nairobi masafi da wokida wazole da dolar so da yau kalam ta gadam ibn miya wa tingi ba ini da kan ingilab da bor na karbino kan ba ingilab but to him that was what he said and I hope my brother will get it clear lo sha ba da yom tani even if now not today ana kuna merede fitilara wa data kuna fi katiba je jaramar kareta mag fi katiba je jaramar o gar katiba kan dia ratem o gar sri ta na kan wa isim galwang gai o gar fasila bitai isim ayur mach min awlar bo o fi saba mechene fi bibor saba tamanin o minina rejena fi gilo min tarang na min gilo machine min jabarat lagina jena rapola mu minak o patena melisi mo korshum o badena kan fi dogator na Yasir Rahman Dr. Carlo Madu Dr. Shomira all nazil even former governor but after I said Daniel Paul Matthew kan alamu fi difa tana nuna jeje lamar machine arago na nang machine la koragar machine la mgoz na shigret shilu na komando badana amaliyata kokoida fi lugies ومسمنا كوكويدا في شهر واحد 88 انا خلينا نجي في في اليوم ده يا حاجه انا ده نوريكم بينك انا عارف ناس بتكلم في الاجاد هم عارفين شوف ده انا جيت اقول يا شيء انا كنا ده نعرف لكم اول الحاجة أنا ده نتكلم خلينا نبدأ أول قبل ما مشينا أول حاجة أنا بشكر في اليوم ده طبعا عندنا في أستراليا ده يوم 16 already ده كان ده يوم كمان كان بنبدأ قبل 1 minute of silence but it is already gone no problem for that and كأننا مناضلين في يوم ده
We did it already. The minute of silence, we did it already. William Gold did lead us on that, and we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay, good.
yeah,
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, my thanks goes to the President, to the government of South Sudan, and the President of the Republic of South Sudan for honoring this day. And it is a great honor for all of us who are the war veteran. And uh, also, I would like to thank the rest of the war veterans and wounded heroes and heroines uh, who are still alive. I mean, who are now in South Sudan or wherever they are with their families, and also the people of South Sudan. الحاجة اللي في بقولوا بيني 75 نفر في المية في العالم. ما بتكلم الفاست اكسبيرينس ما بوري للناس، لكن أيام 1 أو 25% الناس اللي ممكن يوري التاريخ بتاعه. زي ما بديتوا قبل عرفنا أهداف بتاع SPLA إنه بيجي فوقه، لكن في كلام الكوفرن ببور كلامه قبل أنا نيانيا 1 في really yeah في evident Anyanya 1 it asks founder of Anyanya 1 is someone called is I mean a Roman Roman Catholic priest, someone called Soprino. Ozola min latuga. Ozola o big disease في 1945. How big ordained for another big priest, Roman Catholic priest, or Filomorota 25 years. So okatabla rom beni o mader kun mader shogul kanisa or yam chief politics. So it was relieved by Vatican chanyam chile siyasa or der lano mader shogul kanisa. Sana wasal pe Khartoum can represent Junub. So Oman Ulaga wada nasab San Maraja في الجنوب official bada kan galo ita kalle ya muluk bishop orafat gal ma dere kun bishop ta selef. So ala jado lamulu fi torit yaw jab motini ta torit يوم 18 شهر 8 1955 ده يعني ده جزء من العلاجات او نادى او انفلونس توريد مونتيني هو نادى ابونا ده. So في النهاية مشاكل قام ماشي يوغندا وسجنوا وقتلوه في يوغندا. So بعد ما قتلوه جزء بتاعه جابوا دفنوه في لبنان و8 لو جابوا رمين بتاعه من ميل قتلوه فوق غابات يوغندا ودفنوه أصلي في لبنان و8 في إيسترن إكواتوريا وزول من لتوغا. دي حاجة أنا بعرف أنا كلام before the coming the General Joseph Lago. دي جزء من حاجة الجاب تمرد توريد أو توريد موتين. Now في حاجة بتاع في زول في منافسه تاع SPLA اسمه بوركور ومن ولد شلوك. زول بالفعل في 1975 يوم مرض مع بنسن كوين عملوا أرجله في يكوبا وقتلوا غايد واحد اسمه أبي الكون. زول كان أجيد ولا ميرنا ما أعرف قتلوا جماعة ماشي. So زول وكان في سوبي في تانغيري لكن جونيز SPLA أنا وأنا بعرف وكان فينا لكن أنا ما شفت بيني. So الحاجة الأصل أنا ما أعرف how did he die أنا ما أعرف communication بينه مع SPLA وكان كيف ولا SPLA leadership كان كيف دوار أنا ما أعرف. لكن زول وكان قاعد في مهيرة بتاع قنبلة وكان في قنبلة وما ضم الأركة ومتلف في شنو ده أجاد السياسية أنا ما أعرف. لكن زول قام مدر هناك ده حاجة بركور يوم مدة بركور. خلينا نجي في أنيانيوان. بالفعل من ما مرت في 55 اتفاق وتعرفنا جاء في 1972. فمن 1972 ناس اللي ما ماشي جوا ده صومال جايتود وياو كان قايد وصومال جايتود ما كنا تم، لكن صومال جايتود وياو زول اللي كان راس بتاع نيانيتو followed by Ella كنا تم. وجماعة كان قاعد في بيلفام for 10 years. سادة SPLA يفجر في 1983 وما جي في بيلفام، لقى جماعة في بيلفام ويلكم ناس اللي كان ماشي هناك في بيلفام. زي ما ذكرتوا قبل اتلافاتوا في بيلفام جوا المشي مع ناس ليميون وكاردينو وما عملوا اعتماد مع جون جرام، وكان كلام بتاع ليدرشيب المهم كان عندهم اتصالات مع مجيزة وديكلية دمسالف وما رأي نفوذهم كان نظمهم ويساعدهم. يا حاجة هو متلفة وجاده كلمته قبل. المهم في تلابات جماعة شاكلوا براوم وطردوا أنيانيتو، طردوا برا في بيلفام وقتلوا SPLA قتل صومال جايتود وصومال جايتود زادوا SPLA قتل كان من صومال جايتود في ميل اسمه منتو ميل ورونا زمن كنا ماشيين فوق. في نا حاجة قام أصل تاني فضل أقوى تم فضل أقوى زادوا ده أنيانيتو يو قتلوا لأنه كان بقول بيتا أقوى كده نعملوا تنظيم كل جرم يكون قائد وأنا يكون المرينين. أقوى كان بقول لجرم صامل جاي تبني جرم دولة صغير يتياوزوا للمقصود. بعد ما الحاجة أنا سميت في بيا نقار فوق في SPLA الناس كان كبار. بعد ما جاي كان بس ما كلام تاكوداتهم was respecting أكوداتهم. ومن ما قال بيني يتياو بكون قايد دما جون جرم ولياو كلام القسم وإتذا في شكل ده. بعد ما قتلوا قايد SPLA قتلوا فضل أكوداتهم ياو أقدم the senior person في أنيانيتو وكان ده زول الله وهو قال كلنا ضمن SPLA أو وود بتاعه قتلوا قالوا إيتا تقول هنا ضمن SPLA. بعد ما مات Maliam Dag ita jira fata. That was what I had known from there about Hajjada. Okay, now let me come to the SPLA. لا جيد كلام ده قبل كلامي أنا ما بنغيره ده يا كلام اللي أنا سميته في كشم الجونجر بنفسه. أنا كنت قاعد براسة بتاعه في كوماندو وقال أنا ما مشيت بالفاية. So
brother Jeremiah طبعا اللي انت قاعد تقوله ده حاجه تاريخي كويس، بس حاجه بسيط بس. طبعا انت ذكرت ربما يعني يمكن المعلومه شويه غامت هناك لانه جايتوت على ما اتذكر انا يعني قابلته شخصيا في ملكال وده في 81 صح. يمكن هو من اتفاقية أديس أبابا يمكن هو ما كان طرف لكن هو كان يعني جاه السودان وفترة بتاع الاتفاقية بتاع 73 يعني أنا شفته شخصيا وأقدر أقول يعني كان بيجي في بيتنا. ده اللي أنا عايز أقوله. لكن بعد كده اتمرد بعد في الثمانينات هو اتمرد تاني وتقريبا انضم لبنسون كوين في بيلبام. لانه انا فاكر في الزمن اللي كان هو يتمرد بيته جاء ناس الامن الدوله وطبعا وقت ذاك قدم اولاده وكل حاجه وانا بعرف اولاده شخصيا يعني كنا بنمشي مدرسه سوا. ولده الكبير اسمه رج. بد في الثمانينات بيته مقلبوه قلب، يعني ناس الامن جاء بهدلوه شديد، خربوا بيته شديد. وبعد كده الناس الامن ذاته في الثمانينات ناس امن الدوله شالوا بيته ذاته في ملكال وقعدوا فيه وبقى معسكر بتاع امن الدوله. بس انا عايز اقول بس عشان للزول اللي يمكن شاف قايتوت في الثمانينات في السودان، يعني ما ظل في بيلبام، لكن بالضبط بنسون كوين في 75 اتمرد. هو اللي كان مشى قاعد تقريبا 10 سنه لحد ما جاء اس بي ال ام واس بي ال اي لقاه هناك. لكن صح في الثمانينات كان قايتوت برضه كان موجود في ملكان. يعني بس ده البسيط اللي انا داير اصلحه، يعني قايتوت من 73 ما قعد قبله في بيلبام، هو جا جوا بطريقه او باخر لكن كان موجود. واصل. انا
اوكي.
ما معاقبه للكلام انت قلته، لكن بس عشان الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في ملكال زي كده انا شفت قاعدته شخصيا وبيتغدى معانا في البيت، وانا كنت ماسك المويه بغسل له يده وهو بيغسل يده وانا بكب مويه في يده. so I know that very well. so ده كان في الثمانينات.
Thank you very much. Ita
جماعة
kulela. Thank you very much. Ita uruna tarik dar karwar maarif. Lano zolla na ma shuf beni. Lakin fil kutub musajil biwar kanak o yao het bitanya nyetu. O ma katab fi kutub da harka beni atema koda temo nai bitaw. Lakinu muktu gaitu o yao boz bitanya nyetu. O gai ma koda tem. Isim da Benson kumar. Benson kwanya Ozar في SPLA لأنه أدلو senior position أنا بنتكلم فوقه وجا في SPLA بولكور ياو وما جا ل SPLA عشان كده أودر في طريق ما معروف. so ده ياو الحاجة الفيه. so ناس كان قاعدين في ذو الكلام عن أدلة شوال كان ما كتلو جايتو دا كورا تمات أن يتو كان فضل ما ويليام أدلة شوال دم أو كان جا في الجزيرة. وكده كتايب ديل كان جا في جيش السودان ده كان مرض ده اللي كان جا مع كاربين او ويليام نيون جده ودا لجنرال جون كولان. سو في الجزيره انا شاهدت شكل الجماعه ده قام شكله الضل شول قاعد في ميلسون فم دراب والله نفسه موكومه وامر راكب في جمل ماسكرات حكومه بقاعد من بعد بسمو نيل وقاعد هناك. so mi arba adala shola jomin nada jon ko langa jominak o shakalo o torado le jada ona nada yawmele katalo fi 85 gubalan nuna lisa ma itareng na le subia katalo fi arona izay shahr 4 wa shahr 5 كده 85 انا متذكر كان katalo sabah. so ده يومele الزول فضل فوق. so زول فضل قاعد ينتو اللي ده كان جوردن كونسول ياو فضل بان ما زول دما ياو حاجة راسل في ينتو وجوردن قام يدما ل SPLA في زمن يترجع وانو هاي كمان اوفسس و 1981 او طلع مع دكتور لام ياو دكتور ياب ياو هيد 1981 ku o lam ya on mrinen o Gordon Consul iwa third man in that night the that. So me I will be stopping here, but gubala na ma wagapta ana maji na kalam ajat political leaders and military leaders in South Sudan maga de kalam fi yom da لأنه يوم ده دي يوم مهم، دي يوم أفراد الذكروا دولة السادو أركا ورقاد الرؤساء السادو أركا والناس ذا طلع البلد. لأنه الناس ذا بيجيب تاريخ هم يعمل ده هم يعمل ده هم يعمل ده ما بذكروا أي زول السادو خارج الجنوب ولا خارج أفريقيا ولا أي ميل. So one of my objectives today then you have to أنا لازم نوري أركده طريقة كان شاكلو بو ما بطريقة كان ناس قاعدة كلمبو دايما صورة ده من ما يفجر في 1983 في سنة ده أنا متأكد بكون دو 38 years anniversary I think from 1983 to 2021 it may be 38 years شوف for a period of 38 years جماعة ما بشكره so لو أداني فرصة بعدها I will go to my intention أجل ندير نكلمه علينا يعرف وصورة ده بتاع الناس كله ونحن بذكر طريقة كان الناس يشاكل بو
That is really good. That is really good, Jeremiah. Yeah, we love to hear that. I don't know what Utho trying to do now, but yes, you will come and do that. Like really, the things that people don't mention due to the long struggle that we went. But we know we have William there and Main and Dolarjin. He came. So
Yeah.
if Uto can give them a
Yeah.
chance,
I think, yeah.
and I know my brother Min, he's in South Sudan, and I think it's, I don't know, too early in the morning, and he is still sleepy. But thank you so much for really putting the effort to come. But if you have anything to say, I hope Uto can give you a chance before Jeremiah finish the rest of the comment. And Don Largin is here. So, Uto, I don't know how you want to do it, but Don Largin, he is ready there to say something. So, what do you think, William? Go. I mean, Uto.
شكرا. anyway طبعا نحن ماشيين نظام اللي بدينا وبرنامج بتاعنا، يعني ندي كل واحد فرصة على أساس شنو يجي يقول التاريخ اللي عنده. فعشان كده نحن حنمشي بنفس النظام ده، ما راح نغير أي حاجة. فمون نعتذر شوية، أنت فعلا في جنوب السودان ونتمنى أنتم بخير وقاعد تحتفلوا بماي 16. لكن برنامج بتاعنا بتاع النهارده ده نتكلم عن تاريخ نضال بتاع شعب جنوب السودان. يمكن سمينا بعض جزء من شنو من التاريخ فعلا موجود، بدأ كيف واختلافات بحصل بيننا شنو لغايه ما وصلنا للدولة اللي نسميه النهارده الدولة بتاع جنوب السودان. فهستمر في برنامج بنفس الكيفية، وفرصة أن نديه لأخ دوال لاجور. تفضل.
Okay. I'm going to speak in English. I'm not going to speak in Arabic. Simply because we are talking about important thing. First of all, I want to thank you, Otok, and our brother Paul, and the audience here. There is Wal and our brother Jeremiah. My name is Dolarjin. Currently, I'm the leader of the Union Party of South Sudan, or Union Forces of South Sudan. And quickly, before I go to my point, I wanted to correct some few things from Jeremiah and those who have talked. Sometimes, if we don't really are not sure about our history or how thing goes, we not going actually to move to anywhere. We're going to get stuck. So the history has to be clear because we are still alive. Okay. I actually was one of the Red Army in the battalion of Intifada, the latest one that just was actually headed by Comrade Majak. And a lot of things, I know them from the history, from working with the main leaders. And I actually, after I went to US, I graduated, I went back home during the independence, and I worked in the army. So I have actually corrected thing. First, the defection of battalion 104, 105 is not a result of transfer, or maybe the way you put it, maybe soldiers refusing to go to to be transferred to the north. No, you don't know about that. That was not the main reason. Another thing,
brother Doyle. So here is the thing. Let me tell you this. You know, all of us, we have a little bit of what happened in South Sudan, and some of us we heard, and some of us we witnessed. So what I'm trying to say is not about Jeremiah. It's not about what he said, but it's us putting what we heard forth, right? And all the time, you know what happened in Juba in 2013? Do you know that there is two story that going along with what happened in Juba in 2013? Until today, we have to determine which scenario is true. Okay, so as Jeremiah put it, but to best of his knowledge, I want you to put it also to best of your knowledge. It's not about Jeremiah, it's not about me, it's not about any one of us, but tell us your side of a story of what you learned and what you witnessed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good. Oh, thank you, Paul. Actually, that's
my name is Pal.
You put it right.
Yeah,
you put it right. Well, I'm not trying to correct him, but because I know maybe he might hear it. And also, you guys, if you wanted the truth about what happened in 2013, I work with Maria Lechinor.
Yeah. No. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah,
what happened in 2013? When we need that, we will come and call you.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I work in the battalion, what they call Tiger, the Special Forces. I am actually in the Idara with a Tiger.
Okay.
So if there is someone who know really who have a hand, what they
so
call
you were together with Ian Makwaya.
Ian Makwai, Peter Lim, and Maria Lechinor. So if that we are only 4 people. Those other people, they are called hearsay. Even Selfa himself is a hearsay. Those are telephone. They don't know what is in Giada actually.
That is fine.
So that is what I'm telling you. Sometimes you are right. There must be 2 stories because people do not see it in their eye, so they don't know what's going. Now, first of all,
just go to a point, please.
Defection, the defection of Battalion 104. I work with Polyramati for a long time, and that's why I verified things. So it was not that the battalion of 104 and 105, they were not actually defecting because of transfer or being transferred or resisting. They were actually defecting because of the violation of the peace agreement of 1972. I want to put that one right. That was the main reason that made them to defect. Make the William Nyon defect in Ayot, make Carbino Kwan defected from Bor. That is one. The other thing is that what I wanted to, there is a Latuko guy from, he mistaken too, Latuko guy from Torit Mutini. That guy was not killed in Uganda. It's called Ronaldo. He was actually fired squad. Actually, because he signed something and then he was fired squad in Khartoum. That is another thing. The other thing, Bull Kur is still alive. He's in Seattle, Washington right now. And he's not an Anuak. He's a Nuer. I don't know. You know, that is why we have to, guys, Bull Kur is actually one of our elder, is a Nuer. I know he was in the formation of the SLA, but he's still alive. He's in the United States.
It's okay, Uto. I just need to ask what Bill Kur did.
We don't want to go like where is it belonging to, but
Bill Kur. Okay. So let me go now to my point. Those are some of the facts. You know, I want the facts to go by hand. And the other thing is that Uncle Akwada Tim was not a leader in Anyanya 2 after Gaitud was killed. After Gaitud was killed, the leader who took over was Abdallah Chol. These are facts. They are not just argument or what. But I want this guy, if you do not have a hand to verify them, you need to know them now. Because, you know, it's very dangerous to know something that is not true and later on you are proven maybe wrong. So the other thing now, let me go to my point. You know, when we talk of this story of South Sudan, okay, for me, sometimes I feel like we are not giving the right credit to the right people who thought about it. First, if we have to talk about Southern Sudan as independent right now, there are people who thought about it. And first of all, the first credit should go to the people who had a conference in Juba conference of 1947. And why I say that, because after the Juba conference of 1947, then the Mutiny in Turit have a thinking. So they began thinking about, because they were discussing the result of Juba conference. And then in the Turit now, they thought, oh, okay, there are people they're talking about independence of South Sudan. I think we can do it, because now we are being forced to actually to be integrated. And that is where you will talk of the broken of Mutiny in August 18, 1955, was actually a result of resisting being transferred. They did it because they were told they were actually about, I think they were about 1,737 soldiers, private soldiers. And they only have 9 officers. The senior officer, the high ranking, was a lieutenant, a second lieutenant. And his name is Orlando Loyara, who is from Latuko. Okay. So what happened is that, you know, when they heard from conference, now they have a thinking that if there is this guy talking about independence, we are not going to be transferred, so we need independence. They were supporting the politician from Juba conference for independence of South Sudan. I want to put that one right, because sometimes, you know, we wanted to put wrong ideas. So they resisted being transferred and they fought in Turit. The leader was Ronaldo. Now this group, they actually keep fighting, and then the government pursued them. Sudan government. They were told to maybe sign some agreement. They refused. Now there was a white man, I think he's from British. His name is Sir Knock Helm. Was a guy actually who actually could be blamed for this guy to negotiate, because he was put in the middle, and he was a guy who actually trying to pursue Ronaldo to sign the agreement with the Khartoum government. And then as a result of that, Ronaldo accepted the agreement, and all the soldiers that were actually refused to be transferred, they were all transferred and integrated in the Sudan government. And after that, now Ronaldo went to Khartoum and wanted to maybe to take a senior leadership, but the Khartoum killed him in parade. He was inspired his squad. You need to know that. And that was the end of Torit Mutiny, when his soldiers was integrated and himself, he was killed. Now, after when he was killed, I want you to pay attention to some of the leaders that emerged after when Ronaldo was killed. So there was Soltaro Herrero, there was Paul Awel, those are well known. And then there was Paul Roth, Wales, there was Joseph Oter, I think he was from Manuak, you know that, and there was Joseph Lagu. So those leaders now, when Ronaldo was killed, they met now. They had a meeting, and they were discussing about what can be done. First of all, they formed something called South Sudan Liberation Movement. That is the first thing they actually formed. And when they formed that, then they have actually elected a leader who is Joseph Otero from Manuak. He became a leader of that movement. Okay. After that, after when they struggle continue, Otero was killed. Then they met again, the leaders met again, and then there was some emerging leader like Oburo, there was Philip Obong, a lot of people coming in and joining in number. And then Joseph Otero was killed, and then they have to sit down and elect a leader and also revive the movement. Then Paul Roth,
he was killed in Corfulus.
Yes, and then Paul Roth was actually elected the official leader for the next after Joseph Otero. It was Paul Roth Wales who took over the leadership. Okay, now when Paul took over, there was war in Abong and the area of Malakal and Koropalus, as you say. So the government actually came out with a lot of soldiers trying to clear the what they call because they even named themselves to be Anyanya 1. After Paul took over, they changed the group from South Sudan Liberation Movement to Anyanya 1. And then now, at the Battle of Abong around Malakal, Paul Wilwood was advised not to go to the war front line. He refused. He said that he was going to front line as to show that he's a strong man. Then he was shot dead in the war. So after Paul Wilwood died, now the group was so weak. They were very weak. And then they decided to go for what they call negotiation in Addis Ababa. And that is where Joseph Lagu came in to negotiate agreement in 1971. And then after that, after 1971, after 1972, they signed the agreement. They go in. So everybody win.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Who was the first leader of Southern Sudan Liberation Movement?
South Sudan was Joseph Otero. Joseph Otero, because that was after when he was killed. It was after he was killed. Paul Roth took over from the group. Paul is called Paul Roth Wheelwall. He took over from the group, and then they have to even change the group name and become Anyanya 1. And that was when the government was fighting them, and then Paul was also killed. All these leaders, by the way, they were killed. Most of these leaders, they were killed because they go to front line. They don't stay behind like those of John Garang or Carbino. No, those guys, they were really serious because they were looking for separation of South Sudan.
So where Joseph, where Dalarjin, and then now where Joseph Lago come to play to sign the agreement, which actually was 1973. That is what I know, because that is the time.
No, it was 72.
It was signed in 72, but I think
agreement.
Yeah, and then people is and then in 73 he canceled it. And because I remember at that time we were coming back from Ethiopia, because my dad also was one of those who fought in Anyanya 1. So yeah, where Joseph Lago come to play here?
Yeah, you know, Joseph Lago, after the war of Abong was too much, many officers were died, including their leader of Anyanya 1, who is Paul Whale, was dead. A lot of officers, they died. And then the Anyanya become weak. And when the leaders met, they found Joseph Lago has education. So Joseph Lago, the only option he can see is to sign an agreement. So he signed it, and then he went in with all the soldiers. There were almost 12,000. They were integrated in Sudan government. So, but after when he's signing, and then the Sudan government wanted to actually to put a new leader, not him, after they integrated all his forces. So they wanted to remove Lago and kill him like Rolnado. Then that is when South Sudanese think, oh, these people, they're going to kill this guy after the forces are integrated. And then that was what they call some of the leaders now. Actually, you can find some of leaders defecting. Like in Akoba, it was 75, and somebody actually put it right. It was Benson Kwany. Benson Kwany actually took forces in Akoba and actually protest the violation of the peace agreement, because they call it violation. It's a violation of peace agreement. 75 in Akoba, and then he actually came to Biel Farm, and that's where he met all those captains. There was a guy called Tablier, he's still alive. The Gordon Kongchul is also still alive, and some other leaders. So they came and organized themselves in Biel Farm, and then they call it Anyanya 2. And then this guy, Benson Kwany, was officially actually elected, chosen by those guys to be the leader of Anyanya 2. And then now in May, what we are talking now in May, in May, around May 1983, now this guy joined, William Nyon joined from Ayut, and then Karbino Kwan
before you
joined from
Lajor, just to make everything clear, I think there is a point where the Joseph Lago come to movement and become a head of movement. At the same time, you're talking about Joseph Otero, who is the head of movement. Now you are coming to talk about Bill Farm movement, which is Nyanyi 2. So as we
Joseph,
talk, okay,
Joseph
hold
Otero
on.
has already, his time already has passed. That was on 1964.
Okay.
And he was killed. Now we are talking of even, we come even from 64 to 70, when Paul Wilwood was killed, and then Joseph Lagu took over in about 70, 71, 72, 73. He was negotiating peace agreement from Addis Ababa.
It does mean so Joseph Lago, he just come to the movement so to negotiate the peace agreement, or he lead the movement?
He was among the leaders before, but he was not leading. As a result, made him to lead is because.
Hold on, let me help a little bit, because after those leader was killed, so Joseph Lago become the leader.
Very
but
good.
At that time, Joseph Lago, he is not maybe engaged in war, but rather he become more interested of making a peace agreement. And I think that is where also Abel Alir play another role, because also for them to rebel, Abel Alir has a hand in it, because
no. Abel Alir was merging after the violation of the peace agreement, because the Arab, they wanted alternative. They wanted to remove this guy chosen
but
by.
Do you know that there is a politician that is still alive today? They were saying that Abel Alir was inciting them to carry arm against the government, but Abel Alir, after they left, Abel Alir didn't come. You see, he remained in Khartoum. He didn't come. And that time, I think all of them, they were in Khartoum University. There is names that are still alive that they feel hurt because they felt that Abel Alir betrayed them.
Anyway, let me speak. There's many books about what's going on in Southern Sudan. Okay, let me make this clear. You know what you're talking about, like 1972? A lot of us here, I think we know that. So we know Joseph Lago is a leader of Anyanya 1 at that time.
Yes.
Abel Alir was from the government parts. He went and negotiated a Addis Ababa agreement with Lado. He's from the government and Lado is opposition. Yes. So when it comes to signing of Addis Ababa agreement, and I have that book, Lado cried by his eyes. He said, I'm sorry. We struggled for a long time, and now I'm signing peace agreement with my brother. That's where we knew name of Abel Alir come up, and everything mixed as a politics in Khartoum at that time. Anyway, all those things we know it, but now I think you're trying like to say like Abel Alir, he was a part of those people. No, he was not a part. He went from the government to negotiate Joseph Lago and sign agreement with him instead of Arab. So anyway, we know those history, and we are not going to make any deal on it. Let me give you the chance, because now you come to talk about a bill from those who left in 1970 something, 75. Those of Kwadatem and Abdallah Shwal and Guy Tut. All those people that really left, they didn't come back, because after the Addis Ababa agreement, some of South Sudanese, they didn't come back to go to Khartoum. For the question I have for you, who was the leader of Bilfam, those who was in Bilfam at that time? Because I think that's the agreement between you and Jeremiah, and I will give Jeremiah the chance also to answer that question. Who was the leader?
Yeah, very good, very good. As a result of 1975, so most of the southern, they have agreement that the peace is violated, and they were defecting. A lot of war, several battles that I have studied. Benson Quine was officially elected as a leader of the group in Bielfarm. So he was officially acting as a leader. And actually, he was sitting in Addis Ababa, not even in the field, because he's a leader, and he was trying to get trying to kind of lobby for help from other countries. That's what he was doing because he was elected. And there was a lot of military in the ground in Bielfarm, and war also were going on. There's a lot of war. There was a war in Joko for some guy coming. There was war in Malwal Chot, war in Nasser, war in Maban. There was war in Pichala, and there was another war in Adar. Those war are specific battle from Southern Sudanese that were coming. And intellectual like Guy Tut were actually coming to join Bielfarm as a student. They were not in the struggle, but they were joining as a politician. Guy Tut, he joined Bielfarm as a politician. And now we are now in Bielfarm. I hope everybody now is in the same page. So we are now in Bielfarm, Benson Quine as a leader. No John Garang here right now. So now around somewhere maybe in June or July is when John Garang started coming to Bielfarm. I don't know whether he was sent by, some people say he was officially sent from Khartoum to convene those groups from Bielfarm to sign the agreement again. And when he reached Bielfarm, and then he found the group was large, a lot of soldiers, and also the momentum. So he was not seeing opportunity to lead, but he was actually seeing a lot of opportunity. And that is what he was negotiating with those of soldiers who were there. Nyon was there, Carbino was there, but the leader was still Benson. So now when he was negotiating, when he came in, then he brought discussion about leadership, Garang. That now, okay, if we do this as a movement, how are we going to do the leadership? What is the name, the correct name we're going to use? Those are the agenda that were brought by John Garang on the table, and that brought war, actually, the war to break out in Bielfarm. So the suggestion he was suggesting, his group was actually suggesting that there will be a chairman of the party who will be Samuel Guy. And then John Garang himself, he was creating something called C&C, the commander-in-chief. It should be him. And then there was Carbino to be the chief of general staff, somebody for the war. There was Lokurinyang to be the operation commander. And there was Bulkur, Benson Quine, Salfakir was named, Arokson, Abdallah Shuol. All those groups, they were his group, allied to him. On group B, where there was actually another suggestion from Guy Tut, was that Akwada Tim should be the chairman of the party. And then Guy Tut should be the C&C. And then John Garang, he was supposed to be the chief of general staff in charge of the war. He was put that way. Carbino to be the operation commander, and William Nyon and Abdallah Shawl in that group. So now from this agenda is when the war actually broke out, and Garang actually calculated it because he already met with Mengistu, and he also actually guarantee help. So because of that, when the war broke out, now John Garang went and pursued Mengistu to give him troop, and that was what led to the fight in Bielfarm.
Largen, if you can just, I need to take you back a little bit, and I hope our viewers also will allow me this. I can't see them, but I just need to go back a little bit, because earlier you rejected the idea that the mutiny or rebellion that is started in May 16. First of all, I wasn't sure if it is a clear reaction because of what happened to in Ayod, and they were called to come back. But there is something that I heard along at that time. We know in maybe 79 and 80s, that is where also the crude oil was discovered in United States. And the Khartoum government at that time, they start talking about connecting pipelines from Unity State to Port Sudan. That bring a really negative, bad reaction among the South Sudanese. And what I heard at that time, that even the soldiers who are South Sudanese, which is the brigade Mio Arba, Mio Hamsa, right? Those Katiba Jamus. So that is where they were, because the government in Sudan want to make sure for them to take this oil to northern Sudan, so there is no any complication that they will find. That's why they want to bring the soldiers who are originally from the South Sudan to the north and replace them with the northerner. So at least they can do the oil transfer clearly. That is where we heard about the transfer of the forces to Khartoum. That is where those of William Nguyen commit what he commit in Ayot, and then followed, I think, by May 16, which happened in Bor. So what is your take on that? Can you, yes,
Yeah.
maybe also want to correct
me? Let me try to correct something.
Yes. Yeah.
I think May 16 started in Bor before William Nguyen, because William Nguyen, he went from Malakal to join with the Carbino so that they can go to Bilfam. So Carbino is the one who started in May 16. William Nguyen started after that.
I'm not denying that
William
Nguyen or Carbino, but because we heard about, just here is not correction, but clear the point here, because something happened in Ayut, and we were in Malakal and we heard it, all of us, right? And it was a chaos in Malakal. So which one happened?
Let me try to add something to put clarification.
And yes, maybe the will come disagreeing with
that I finish, and then you mute them, because you know they're going to. You can mute them.
Lajo, we are going to give you the other chance. Your chance is there, but before you go ahead with the history you are coming to talk about the SPLM, let me give clarification to those. You tell them, like you ask about what they say is not the right history. So we will hear from both sides, and from there we move on, because you are going to have a chance. Everybody here is going to have another chance. So let me try to correct what we are saying now, and after that we will give the other chance also to Jeremiah to clear what you said and all those things before you move to SPLM.
Let me mention one very quick, and then you can give the chance to other, and then I will call me later on.
Let Mobor clear the point we are talking about, and from there we will give you a chance back.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, Dal Arjun already put everything into intact. The only one thing that he did not know is about how Point Ladjor were in Addis Ababa, and how John Garang become a leader. So that's where he have a little bit gap here. But everything that he was putting, he put them in a tax exactly. But by between Carbino and William Nguyen, how do they end up to be in one place is by communication. Because first of all, Carbino did not just shoot the bullet. Carbino were in Malakal, and William Nguyen were in Malakal. But Nguyen have his boss in the front of him, and Carbino were the boss in Bor. So that's where, after Carbino got shot, because he
Sorry,
shot the bullet
sorry,
and he
Mabur,
got shot. Huh?
you confuse us now.
Okay.
I met Carbino in Malakal, right?
Mhm.
Even though it was a very interesting scene, I'm not going to say it here now. But yes, he was in Bor. Like you mentioned that he was in Malakal. No, he was in Bor. And William Nguyen,
No,
he was in Ayut.
he went.
So
He
both
went to
of them, they were
Malakal.
not in Malakal. Because I was
No,
there. I
what
was in
happened?
Malakal.
Hold on,
Hmm.
hold on, hold
What
on.
happened here? Maybe
Yeah,
you did
Jama.
not hear it.
Okay,
They
Mobor,
were in
Mobor,
Malakal,
Mobor.
and they meet in Malakal, and then after that, Carbino went back to Bor, and William
Okay.
Nguyen went back to Ayut.
Okay. Yeah. That is another thing. Yeah. If they only
That's
meet
where
to
things went and
agree,
occurred.
that is
But
thing.
they
But
were in
when
Malakal all.
yeah.
They went to Malakal, including John
Okay.
Garang. They went to Malakal, and
I think Mobor. I think the point clear now. Then the point
yes,
clear. Yeah.
yeah.
Let me go ahead with our topic, and we will give chance back to Lajor to answer the question. Can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for actually bringing back. You know, the question of oil. I think there was the issue of oil. You know, in during Anyanya 1, there was no discussion about oil. Oil came during the SPLA, and I will talk about that later on about what oil implication. What happened in Anyanya 1 and what happened in Ayut and with the Mi Arba, Mi Kamsa, it was totally what was in the mind of the leaders. I wanted to put it right. It was totally the violation of the peace agreement. That was what caused William Nyon to order his forces that the peace agreement we have signed is violated. It was what caused Carbino in Bor that the peace agreement is already violated. We have to be clear about that.
So
There can be other things,
so you
but
are
the
trying
main
to
thing.
say, sorry, Dalarian. So the peace agreement was violated by Numeri, where he say this peace agreement is not a Quran or an Injil, okay,
Correct.
and he rip it apart, and that was in
Correct.
1973.
Correct.
How
And
come it's
that
going
was
to take?
what made this guy, that was what actually made this guy, it took them like a long time because of calculation, but that was what made them actually to defect and join the group in Bielfarm. That was the main reason that was there. And then after when they joined, now John Garang came in and John Garang plays politics. Now there is something that I usually say in my video. If you go to YouTube and look at what I say the problem we have right now in southern Sudan is actually caused by tribalism, and the war actually is a tribal war. What we are having, and it started in the war of Bielfarm. And I wanted to point out this very quick. You know, I call it tribalism because now when the war,
Lajor,
when yes,
can you, when we give you the chance, can you go to that topic, because we are, that's a part of the story, but we didn't reach to that point. Now we're still talking about 72 until the SPLM come in, and from there we are going to start the history of SPLM, how they start their struggle, and until we get our country back. So can you just leave that for a moment and let me give chance to others?
oh, okay, it's fine. Yeah,
Thank you for
let's hear from you.
understanding. Yeah. Before I move on to next to other speaker, I think some of our speaker, I think they just mute themselves, but Jeremiah seems still here. Jeremiah, can you answer the question asked by Lajor about the bill form 104, battalion 104 and 105? I think you heard what he said, and from there, can you answer the question, please? Unmute yourself, Jeremiah.
Yeah, because this topic is very important, and I think it is good really if we can try to put it in Arabic, because majority of the South Sudanese they want to learn about what we are saying. But when we talk to I mean when we are just talking, discussing in English, It is for ourselves. We want to enjoy that one. But the most important thing is we should give message to the people of South Sudan to know exactly, because we are talking to them. We are not talking to the educated one. This is what I would like to say. Yeah. According to Ajana Biaro, Mio Arba, we all can't be bored. Mio Kamsa, you can't be like Pilguadi Piles Pile Kulu Ajana Biaro, Talga in Fajik Bora. Only Mirinen without the Kana Yot. Okitibatin Kulu, Omasha, Talabara min Manate Kutokuma, Etaja Lesubia. Beg on Garankulu, Mashina. Now, Ayan Legide fil Kutubita Sora. Sora Hadel Gaitu Uyaw Het Danyanatu. Wakwadatem Ogan Mao. Lakin Pimanteji fil Piroto Paskeria, Ma Mushkur Beni, Samuel Gaitu U General, when the road was a gauge mafi. Akoratem Ma Muktu command. Lakin Pi video Kaliban a git shooter, Pitoma Alamalo, Gaitu dan Anakodatem, Home Guiding. O John Garang Manaz Carbino, William Yon Home Guiding. Now, Benson Kwanyana my shoot enough. O Sadamachedo becomes the Tamana Lagiro Zola or one senior commanders with SPLA. For the Yaushi, Elana Biarabu hitted, and what did you are gonna farm to Beni, a figure sora a figure before? Lekin, a clarification on the Lagiro into John Garang to interview talk Bugul Beni, the Maya Carbican Kanma Carbinum Amber, Lekin Katiba Yao or Jamu. They are killed Mavitao, or Yao got the Sora. So I do respect that one. That is one. Now, when we talk about Berfelen, Alakuna, New Zakarasam, and not Kotar, Nyanya 1 or Nyanya 2. Lakin, Anakuna Benazakar and Giada, and Nasel Khan Gadat. Danasa Oma Zakar, Gerat and Nyanya 1 to Baragazal. Oma Zakaro. O concentrate we have a 9. So, Oma Zakar Giada Tanyanya 1 Pijia Utashuluk. Lano Fija Rolesimu Gata Nyanya 1 Pijia Tashuluk, Zolesimu Daniel Shuk. Lano Lemones Vele Samalo Katiba Daniel Shuk. Yawakan Muksul Nyanya 1 Pijia Tashuluk. We all conduct a milliardiculo. Okay, Zola Catalo. So Lupi Katiba the Gatas Mouth Picativa Pizazar Katib Daniel Shuk. Some of the Sim Dazola, Lara Jonga, we all can get Nyanya 1 and up. Can Madan Kalamal Zakarai Haja Katir. Any Kuna Deribon the Tarik, El Famna, El Sahel, El Wada, the Junubin. That was my intention. That is why Anama Kalamta and Nyanya 1 PA mail of mail kid. So, lakin it is important to mention Isim Dazol Beteregasa is that a good shooter. Okay, Anama Baraja to Bini Anna Kalamta Kida, Messenger Kalamta to read given, Anama Barjana. So, lakin Haja field is Zolgal Haja, it is better to do research to understand. To understand Ajade Benapsek. So, this is what I can answer about Miarba, Mio Kamsa, Wajaz, Lakin, Benazakaru Lano, Carbino Mafijir Sora, Oma Pipi Bor, Ofajiru Ajade, Chakalada, O Pipi Bor, Yomda, Pisada, O Pipi Bor. William Yon Amar Amal Kalamda, O Pipi, Mujut Pilayut, Nup to Pisada, the Giga Desarukan Pilayut. So, Mudu Tamakeda. They are also summary with Tarik, but then you, the then the farm, not gum shakalukef, who can, how do we fought in that conflict? This is my intention now. Amado Jackie Mamaru.
Go ahead, Kolo.
Yeah. Okay. Did I answer your question? This is what I know about 104
I
and
think,
105
yeah. I
battalion.
think that's what anyway clarification. You said it very clear. You get those from book and SPLM and Ajor. I hope you hear what he said. But you know the point. If you look at the title there, it's a history of Southern Sudan struggle. How we struggle to get our rights. I think that's what we are discussing here today. So anyway, it's good you guys have يعني عندكم أفكار قلتوا على حسب حاجة تعرفوا. جزء انت جبته من الكتاب، جزء انت سميته، وفي جزء كمان شنو بكون انت عملت ريسيرش فيه. That's what we are looking for. المهم لما نتكلم في الموضوع ده النهار، لما قاعدين نتكلم في الموضوع ده اساس بتاعه دايرين نعرف بالضبط هل فعلا نحن ملمين بالتاريخ بتاعنا بتاع النضال ولا لا. فعشان كده هندي فرصه لبيل لو داري يعلق عن حاجه، وبعد كده نخش في كيف ماي 16 بيحتفل به في جنوب السودان، وبعد كده كل واحد هياخد فرصه بتاعه.
ما بقدر يقول حاجة وبعدين
يعني
بس.
يا بعدين في سؤال واحد، في يعني كلام واحد هنا. You know, John Garang, when the fighting was happening in Bor and in Ayot, John Garang was defending the position. It was not that by saying that it was an attack. So we have to go by truth. And then the other thing is that Benson Quine, in the manifesto of the SSPLA, it was mainly written by John Garang. All the rival leaders, John Garang don't put them there. So to be fair enough, how most of the leaders that were struggling, John Garang don't consider them because he was the one writing by his authority the manifesto and those books that some of you have seen. Because if we, in a reality, me, I don't go by book because I live with the leaders. For Leader Matip was part of Anyanya too, and I worked with them for many years. Now, Battalion 104, yani me Arba, is in Ayut, not in Bor. We have to correct this fact. Okay? Battalion 104 is in Ayut. 105 is in Bor.
So Dal, we say Mio Arba Mio Hamza. So I think from the person who spoke earlier, and actually the comment that I was about to do. I'm interested of what thing that was to try to be raised earlier by Jeremiah. في حاجات عايز يقولوا ما قاعدين يقولوا عن السياسيين اللي ناضلوا. I'm interested on that to hear from him. But now the thing is, you try to take us back 104 105. So what is the problem here? The problem إنه 104 ما ياو كان في جوبا في بور، 104 كان في أيوت، ولا 105 ياو كان في بور ما the vice versa, the reverse of that.
Yeah, there was something we want to correct, and actually it was because people wanted to kind of maybe claim some of his story or what something, but we have to go by the truth. Me Arba, they were the one deployed in Ayut under the leadership of William Yuan. And Mia Kamsa, they were deployed in Bor under the leadership of Karbino Kwai. We have to be, we have to.
Thank you for
okay,
clearing
I think
that.
that's clear.
Yeah.
That's clear. Let me give chance to others.
Yeah, no, I'm what I'm trying to can Jeremiah please finish there is important thing that he was about to say عن السياسيين ديل المقاعدين يقولوا. So let us hear that before we move.
Okay. Can I put that
Go
question
ahead,
because the question is leaning us all. I have not put the question that was being asked by Otto.
Go ahead, Mabor.
Okay then. Yes, actually, I will try to clear something about the brothers. The question that was being asked, because I mentioned, I say the people who were in Bilpam, I was talking about the person that I say it was not, it was from Jikany, Eastern Jikany, and I don't know the name. I forgot. I keep forgetting the name. Thank you. I got it right when they say Bolkur. Yes, that's Bolkur. Bolkur was the Secretary General of the Anyanya too, that led by Benson Kwan that job. He was the Secretary General for that movement in that during. Yes, I did organize that. Come to the case of I did not. Ana kunta ma itabarta ma kunta ma alek lenasi ana kan kebu keb. Taban ana machete pigaba سنة 1986 أنا من زازالتو دربني في بيلفا القاعدة بتاع التدريب شكاية تم كنت جي جامر بتاع زازالتو مشينا لبلونا وكت زول ده ماشي قبضو كربينا كوانين كتو في سجن كنا في بلونا so ajat katir الزول اللي انتو بتسمعوا ده اسمه مانا غاغاد ده انا يوم كده جبت برا انا مع وادي اسمه يزدين انينا نفرد زول اللي انتم بتسمعوا ده so ده حاجه جاهده كده so ده ياو مالا ممكن نقول لكم عني. So if we come to how Anyanya too, people were saying leader. Yes, Benson Kwan Ladjor was a leader because when Abdallah Shor came, when Gaitud came, when Kwadatem came, they did not claim a leadership in that time until when John Garang, those guys came in. Actually, what happened, it was not in Bilpa, it was in Yitan. Bilpa became a place for the military, but Yitan became for a place for a politician. It was a coup that was being done because after all this group came together, Benson Kwan say, okay, guys, now is a good time now. All South Sudanese came into place. Now we have to put the leadership. He himself, Benson Kwan, that time. That's why he did not hand up to be killed. But guess what? Since 1983, after John Garang took the leadership, he arrested Benson Kwan Ladjor until 89. That's the time that they come and release him. Benson Kwan Ladjor never been a senior within the SPLM. Until he died today, they never seen each other, John Garang and Benson Kwan Ladjor. Since when he was being released, he was being told by Ethiopian that you released today. And he said, who arrested me? They say, well, we don't know. He said, no, I have to be in jail until the person who jailed me for all this year should come and apply why he arrested me. And he was arrested of fear that John Garang thinks that this guy should kill him because he cannot be shot. But those fear for their life, that's why they went and dead in the bush. But the guy refused, didn't go with Guy 2, didn't go with Abdul Chol, didn't go with Kwadatem. That's how it is. That's how things went wrong. Or you want to say something? Yeah.
You done?
Yeah,
No.
Otto,
Yeah.
you told me like what to say. What I'm trying to say, I want to give Jeremiah a chance. I know Peter Bidu. We will give you also your minute. It's just let Jeremiah, because there is something we hold on there with him that he want to say about. The leaders, things that never been said about those leaders. Jeremiah, if you remember that, can you please enlighten us? If you can summarize it so the rest can go back. Let us commemorate May 16 and know uh, how did May 16 become like all the history of the struggle that South Sudanese went through. That is what we're trying to enlighten today. Like it didn't just come boom May 16. There is things happen in the past that we want our viewers to know and the South Sudanese in large. Jeremiah, I give you your chance. Please tell us what are the things that you said we people don't say about those politicians or leaders. If you can summarize it, will be good because Dolarjin still has things to say. Peter Billiu has things to say, and patiently, William Goldid also waiting there. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Unmute yourself, Jeremiah.
Okay. It did not go the way I expected it, but let us go. Yeah, let me just jump the way I think because زي نونا قاعد نشوف فيديوهات الناس قامت تناضل فوقه في حاجات بيعملوا في حاجات بيعملوا للناس اللي كانوا مناضلين. Now, let me talk about exactly my messages, what I have not been seeing. Our politicians have not been talking about it in our country when they are marking this important day. Okay, our politicians, they are different. They became different people from leadership of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela kan nasir kan wagga mao, kan nasir kan Gazabi, na Fidel Castro, Arafat, san makana big president ta Junub Afrika, awel melo maji yezuru da kan Libya. America galo Italy mantamshi fi Libya, anun ma bidi musadat. Ogal now, cut your head, you are going to Libya. So zur nazil. O machi Cuba, وعمل زيارة لفيديل كاسترو وجبر فيديل كاسترو to عشان يجي في جنوب افريقيا to see دولة وكان ساعده. So وزولنا بالفعل ودي كلية بيني اللغة بتاعه they are not is compromised. Yeah, what I want to say is that our politicians, they don't mention foreign leaders who's supporting them during or who supported the people of South Sudan during the liberation struggle in the bush in their speeches when they are talking, when they are making speeches. So we want to make the people of South Sudan to know or to understand that the war was not fought by the people of South Sudan alone by themselves, but we got support from different directions. Now, support the Legina. Can I speak a lela? بطريقة لو قاعد ولا طريقة على البلد طالع برا. First appreciation should have gone to the former Ethiopian leader or president Mengistu Mariam. He had never been appreciated by the leaders of South Sudan. whenever they make their speeches. وزول ساعد كتير. Former Cuban leader Fidel Castro outside SPLA لما عدد SPLA في كوبا بترجع تبغانا مم كان وصل 4000. عندنا ضباط بمشي بيشيلوا في كوبا وفي ناس كتار اننا بنعرف الكلام ده. So leadership بتاع SPLA او leadership بتاع جنوب السودان ما دي شغل لرئيس بتاع كوبا حتى ما لان ما هو كان مات. Support SPLA logo nimetrada logo fi Libya adi sila odam SPLA military. So Sanambala Tala it was not appreciated. Another support from foreign leader, it was Ugandan President General Yoweri Museveni outside Kitir. أنا وسنيت إن أنا I witness مساعدة بتاعه مرات كتير بسلاح وبأي حاجة أنا بيعرفه وواحد من الناس اللي كان ساعد وساعد بالجيش وبأي حاجة. زول ساعد أنا ده former Ethiopian Prime Minister ملك زناوي outside في نضال أدي جيش أدي دبابات ومساعدة بتاعه معروف. زول تاني ساعد رئيس إريتريا إزايا outside contribute بتروب أدي دبابات ويشارك معنا في شكل نادى سلمانات ترد لدو برا في المناطق الأشواء أرون نملي. زول تاني كوما زامبابوين president Gabriel Robin Mugabe outside جديد علم تا SPLA الكان في غابة ده كان عملوه في زيمبابوي وكاكي في كاكي البقول SPLA group كاكي ده كان عملوه manufactured in Zimbabwe. They are جزء من المصابات بعدين جزء من المساعدات الزيمبابوي ساعدوا SPLA. وأجين في ضباط كان ماشي عمل كورسات عسكرية في زيمبابوي في 1994. بعدين former Kenyan President Daniel Arap Moi and former President of Kenya Moi Kibaki جماعة سايد سياسيا حتى مع اتفاقية بتاع نباشا ولا CPI تم ده كان في اليدهم. بعدين former US President Jimmy Carter and former President of the US George W. Bush also malaga appreciation in Hukuma ta Junub Sudan. So my intention is to make sure these were the leaders who supported our liberation during the struggle and had never been appreciated by our political leaders. This was one of my intentions, to make the people of South Sudan to understand that war was not done by the current SPLA or SPLM leaders alone by themselves. Foreigners were involved in that one. This is part one, and the rest I will come and talk about it later. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I did, maybe I was thinking of something else. I didn't heard Mengistu Haile Mariam, but maybe you said it and I didn't hear it. But I think it's a good thing also to really, maybe there is a reason behind it why they don't mention their names. يمكن في سبب من وراء. يمكن سياسيين دول قاعدين يقولوا حق شيل ده لكن ما تقولوا لانه ممكن يدخلنا في مشكله مع العالم. ده ونازل طبعا عندهم سفراء بتاعهم في السودان وكده. يمكن بدوا بقولوا اسكت. لكن الشعب الجنوب السوداني اكيد ملاحظين وعارفين انه دول ساهموا. يعني احنا عارفين دولة إثيوبيا، كينيا، يوغندا، في دول احنا عارفين يعني انه دول ساهموا. لكن كويس انه نذكرهم ونشكرهم بمساعدة بتاعهم تجاه النضال من أجل الاستغلال. Otto, I will let you go ahead, give your guests their chances. Otto, go ahead.
Thank you. I think النقطة اللي بتاع النهاردة طبعا ده نتكلم عن ماي 16 أو بعد ما SPLM جاء بقي حرر. كان تحرير كان هدف إن السودان كله، لكن الجنوبين في جزء من الجنوبين قال لا لازم يكون شنو انفصال الجنوب. النهارده قاعد نتكلم عن ماي 16 هل كان الانفصال ولا الوحدة؟ دي الأشياء نحن بدنا نركز من هسه. الناس جايين يتكلموا على حسب المعرفة بتاعك، ورينا هل ماي 16 اللي دايرين نحتفل به بكرة ده كان فعلا نقطة بتاع تغيير الوضع بتاع الشعب الجنوب السودان؟ وإذا كان كذلك إيه الكويس فيه وإيه الكعب؟ ده الأشياء نحن دايرين نسمعه وعشان فيو بتاعنا كمان يكون في صورة معنا. فأنا هادي فرصة معلش بيتر انت جيت شوية كده there is some others that are waiting here for a long time. Let me try to start with them, and from there I will give you your chance. Yeah, you did a talk, but let me give chance to those who in the studio for a long time. William, you are welcome to deliberate about May 16. What the good point or what the turning point on it? And thank you.
Yeah, I prepare if we give a chance to brother Peter, and then I will come, no problem at all, because we are just learning together, especially from people who really have experienced, who have been in a war, like Jeremiah and Larjo and Mabor, and maybe Peter also have. So I prepare just to listen, but I will come later on, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it was a point of distribution between myself. I want to give him a chance, but I think I saw you have a right also to come in.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you for giving that chance to Brother Peter.
Yeah.
Thanks,
and Peter,
William.
actually, Peter was talking when he come, but now he's like, welcome, Peter.
Yes. You know, one of the reasons I'm very busy, I'm occupied, I have some other thing because I heard some of the things that we say were incorrect. That's why I need to correct it and put it in the right perspective. Thanks you, Comrade William, of allowing me to take your place.
Make sure you agree with Dollar again, otherwise he's going to jump on your neck too.
Well, I did not listen. I did not listen to Dollar again.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, Comrade York, you say some of the thing. I heard some part of it. I was busy doing something else. Some of the things that you had said were completely correct. When it comes to formation of SPLA, I was there. I know exactly what had happened. I don't have to go and, listen to. I'm going to tell you exactly what had happened then, because I heard some of the things that were said earlier were not correct. The thing that happened in Ayut and Bor, I was not there because I was in a village. I didn't know what had happened then. I heard it from secondhand. But when it comes to the arrival of Samuel Gaitut, Kwadatem, Gang the Mabir, William Nyon Bang, Kervina Kwanyan, I was there. So I was there, and I can tell you exactly what time did they got there, and even including William Nyon Bang. So what had happened in Bor or in Ayut, I heard it from secondhand what I heard. So it is not something that I can argue. Let me just start it. طبعا أنا بتكلم بعربي تاعنا البسيطة، مش تعلمت عربي هناك في غاب. So it's not going to be the same classical Arab that أنتم من هذا اللي كان قرأ عربي في السودان.
That's what we're looking for, because South Sudanese, they know there is something called Arabic Juba,
I have never been to Juba City. أنا بقول ممكن ده عربي تاع SPLA اللي كنا مشينا أحلامنا في غاب. يعني الزمن ده طبعا أنا كنت في محل اسمه كورميا. ده أمر أنا مقلود فوقه. ده أمر سامول قاعد مقلود فوقه. ده آخر نهاية شهر. I was holding up
at that time. I think I was, low bukun min age of 13 to 15. Samuel guy to ja ma house rabito. Wasul alena fi bena enough, or we heard all Samuel guy jama yalbito. One of the things Comrade Jock said was correct. Jana bitol kabir is right. Right the mandat tawan ana akbar min right yomra. So ana mashina gabata ma. Taban amul ithnain yom. وعمل انتماء من الناس الكبار بتاع البلد هناك وقالوا هو داير يمشي من هناك كنا قالنا فكر لا انا بعد ما بجي بزياره في بيت هناك وبرجع في ملكات. The first time when I learned that someone came, I thought it was his normal routine that he always come and visit. I thought maybe he's going to, go back to Melakal, but he came with his family. So I went there and met them. 2 days he had a meeting. Manas the Bednak, or Gala and Hadal Kubaru Machi, Sofia. Gal Salam Al Khan Amulu, Ari Sudani, Jagala Bitane. So the president of whole Sudan does not want to implement Salam Al Khan Ma Dupatom Modafo. Minanagana Machidale, my grandfather, and a good Anabamchi Sofia Masamwa. And then Kinagra enough. Are fine. Lana Saban and Hosramin. I'm related to them. So I went with them to eat them. Kuna mashina tawale. Gumna mina almana Uncle Quaratim and my Samuel. Mashina tawale watola bi malisi mustari malwal. Inak amuna yinenium folk. Damanda kan fi mashal al hasal ben al group ta nyanya 2 una gagwa. Al group da hawal part gubalna I think charwa. On their way to eat them. Kan moshi shakal my gagwang na under the command of Gadjewi. Alkan guy monta of Daitam. So when wasana fi mala hisum sarir, Almana kan da usra da Samuel guy to Duana, Mao or Ponatem. Samuel guy to Russell Zot. Le wadisum kunsal. Taban dezol kabir na ko indu shaitan, not dotma halu. Russell Zona gal amchile kunsal gulo man beji besigada Samuel. So we spent 2 days waiting. While we were waiting, Garang Gosong, Lagana fi Sarir Malwa. Zona Raja, then the information was part to Kunsal Kalamai Mosini and Galis Samadaja. Lana Samuel had a good reputation. Zaman Bitanya and one Tomda. Yeah, people love him. Nasbelet. Lana Jia Lindu, Mabanyaka Majadman Mosinin. And I said, من زول الرجع عمل خبر لسامويل غايتو قال you are given okay to go. قمنا سواله بميزة مشينا من ترير مالوالو في ذول بأهل المكان ده مشينا طوال قطعنا مشينا كنا قاعد نمشي طوال بليل يعني صباح وصلنا في سياجة من وصول بتاعنا في سياجة طوال حاجة دي 1 hour 2 hour في واحد اسمه غرجيوي طوال جامعة سوى أسفل بهليكوبتر. So من وصلنا في سياجة جاب لنا رز وتعيين وشنو رحبنا أكل. That was become lunch time. So around noon time they start a lot of kids. طبعا mind is up. So I just guessing. So the time may not be exact. المهم غرجية وصل. غرجية along with طوال كان Masa Gambela zaman iti jebda Ethiopia tawal fal tawal je shal garam wa koratem Salva Kiir ma hadi Samuel Gaitu chalo tawal betayar ma marabeka fadma ana mosheda be kadari ma yela Samuel so nazil shalo be helicopter mashina zulumina ومشينا طوال ثاني يوم هذا ما وصلنا في إيتام ما مشينا بيلفام القاعد في بيلفام ضمان ده بنسن كوين لاتجور دي أولينا مرتب وغوردن كونشول المشي ورا غوردن كوين لاتجور كان غوردن كون was number 2 and then قاعد بتاع لاجين القاعد في إيتام المقصود منه قرجيك مع عبد الله شور من وصول بتاعنا في ايتن لقينا عبد الله شور وصل قبالنا عبد الله شور لو كان قاعد في ماسكت لاجين قرجيك جو بيت في داخل ايتن طوال كان هناك صورتنا دونا مكان قانا سمول قايتو انكل كورا تم وسلف كير ما يهدي فات هذه from there I don't know where they went ما عمل حاجه زي شهر الكربين كوانين ووليام يون بان حصل الشقاق بمدينه ربور ومدينه ايوت زي ما انا قلت لما انا كنت في بلد I don't have detail عشان العسل في داخل المدينه بس تمنو نازل شاخل ما جلابه هناك and then months later وصل علينا في ايتم so كربين كوانين مظروف يده وجاء طوال ومدوم مخانا ناس كربين كوانين من ماجا ما نزل في ذي الفام نزل في ايتم ما هلا كنا قاعدين فوق كان في قاعده مسجد دربو في وارث مقالوادا ما يا تعلم جبتهم ناس ديل دربوهم جاهزين بس ما عندهم مازله سو غانا هناك ويليام يون باين وصل غران وكربينا انا غران وسامول غايتو وصل بكير وانكل كورا تم في ادي زبابا رجوت لما رجع جاب كبر لانه لقى اسئله فين تمام ما شامله جاب الموصنين اللي قاعدين هناك لاجين طبعا ومسجد اللي كان ربو اللي كان قرجيوي مقصود منه دخل في انتماده الزول المترجم اللي كان مترجم ده عبد الله شور كان قاعد يتكلم بعربي عبد الله شور مترجم بلغه النوير 99% اللي قاعدين هناك كان نوير at that time وقال لقينا اسئله المهم حكومه رئيس اثيوبيا دير زول نحن نجي ناهين ده من يكون رئيس بتاع العركه شوف so بالاخر انتماده I think it was like Sunday at the time the next day في انتماده عملوا في سوكوت this is one of the area في ايتم هناك وماشي انتماده فوق في انتماده هناك طبعا before the meeting في انتماده عملوا في بيت قرجيك الناس اللي كان في انتماء في بيت قرجيك it was Samuel Gaitut قرجيك himself Uncle Kwara Tim Abdallah Shur ومن انتماء هناك في بيت بليل ويليام يون كان ما في انتماء ده كربين الكوانين ما كان في انتماء ده غران ما كان في انتماء ده انتماء was initiated by Kwara Tim through Samuel Gaitut Kwara Tim was the one that lecturing them قال يا جماعه قال غران ما بيقدر يوصلوا عشان يمشي يجيب ويليام يون وخربين يرجعوا في السودان this person cannot be trusted نحن according to Kwara Tim قال نجيب قايتو يقول قايتو قال لا يا انكل Kwara Tim لو بيجي زي ده وانت ذات بنفسك يا تقول بتاعك that was انتماده عملوا بليل this group had agreed that their leader will be Kwara Tim William Yola can't think matter. The next day, into Mama Chamalo. In the meeting, Taban, some guy, you got a camera, Sanur, Balak, the Arabic, who Garan came and agreed with what Samuel had said. So decided listeners between two. Then I two, I'll can't few Al Muksul Minu can Gargiwi. Taban, Abdullah Shul can mount. Nano Wasol Gubalna. Also Charinin, you see. So Nasir Galo mitum tahin al Muksul, al Bukhun Muksul. Kalam they can sit at Amulu Belil. Abdallah Shual Gal Halas. Ya Jama, Nana Benijib Uncle Kwaratem, the Kuri the Ark. Mininak the same, Unazrafa Yetum, Lanasia that was play at night. Then all people vote. Garangala. الزمن ما زمن ذا كورتهم لا نزول بيجي كثير أنتم تجيبني أو تجيب سمول جاي لا نزمن تايم سمول جاي they are disagreement حصل من هناك بقي في مناقشة وبيجا وصل بين ويليام نيون باين وعبد الله شول لانه ويليام نيون باين كربينا now become on the side of Garang وصل بكير and then حاجة وقف they postponed for another time. Kala the next day they had a meeting. They told the completely disagree. Garang amul shino government na tawala party mantek of the Ethiopia. Ugala jama amki sajilena kwaratem. Garang was targeting to arrest kwaratem umenna shakalo kuma hago. Ethiopia Mangisto won Garang ikani kuris. Laran laga Garang into Mosawa. There's all doctor who are askeri. Mangisto won يعني قال كوريس من هناك ماشي كلام وصار يسوي في جاب البيت وصل في بيت تعمل قاعد كذا I'm giving you the picture نازل كان فرشة كده لأن أول ده ما حاجة أنا سبيله من زول طوال جاب جيت بميسا 5 عساكر وصل أنا دار أنا مشير على سامل قاعد أنا أقول في جيت أبغى هنا سامل قاعد ما كورتهم في داخل أو بيت لهم قاعدين فوق أنا مشير لهم وسامل جاء طوال وكلم مع عساكر ديل عساكر ديل قال انا عايزين كورتهم يمشي في ماسك بتاعت الجيش وسامل قال لهم نو كورتهم فات في منطقه بتاعت مسجد هم معنا بس لو في ورقه ادوني لما نجي انا بجي بناقش معهم بس عساكر ديل قول لهم بس خليه يجي جينا هناك قال اوكي انا بدي لهم ماسك من هناك سامل قال عمل كونتاكت لطوال قال طوال وات سواء قال في تعليمات من مانجستو عمل سلاك لجون جرام عشان يكوري انتم زولا ما دايرين كوراتن ما في زول داير كوراتن while the guy to decide okay we have to leave nasa nyenye two left in the evening maybe kun saa 7 or saa 6 قام طوال وده من ده فيه وجاي دخل بصار فام فات now the bill farm na coin that your god فوق ما Paulina Matif Gordon Kongchul garin na fi bilfa. They had a lesson. Then the next day Garang and these people left. So Garang decided to set up his movement. And then for senior to become a Lujayan Baum in Sudan. Taban Garang was colonel enough, putting up to as a head. Jab Kerbina was senior than William Nyon. Jab Kerbina as number 2. Then Jab William Nyon as chief of staff. Salva Kiir had it as the chief of intelligence. That's how the starting of SPLA. Nas group at hitam fought enough. El group mujmo al tabele garjewi. Nas bil fam fadal. Okay, fi al bagal musijid al alaman khalas domole 104. Well, hasala garang jabada adam lom. Lana now came 2 complete battalion. 104 105 لأن لوم جاء من هناك ده جنوبين الأهرب ما جو then they became 2 full battalion they came January الأسر شنو Comrade William Nyon باين فات بيلفا وما شاء جنب بيلفا طرد نظاني 2 الفيو نات Gordon conflict now بيلفا was captured by SPLA and was made the headquarters of SPLA نظاني 2 ده طردوا and they decided to head back to 3 South Sudan until they went and met Samuel Guide and joined Samuel Guide. Their history is starting. El Wasol, Kerbina Kwanyen, Ma William Nyon, Wasol at the same time the Itang. Abdallah Shol, Wasol Gubalna. And then we came to Itang Gubal, Kerbina, and William Nyon. This is what I can correct. And let me just come to the point. You talk about if the SPLA is for weather or for Taksim. Dr. John Galena Pimidan. When I went to SPLA, I was a member of the Ndia Battalion Task Force 1. For those comrades in Bill Farm that might be listening, this is the members of the Ndia Battalion Task Force 1. Minana kan Rich Bitana. He kalma kila Dr. John Gal. Gal hajama قال حاجه لخلل تعمل قايته مع كوره تم كان يقوم مننا عشان انا اقول ان احنا عايزينه وين قال حاجه لازينه قال السودان ده بلد بتاعنا الهارب ده لنا بتاعنا انا نجي ناخمه زي ما هو ما اخمنا Lo gadar namse kuna nakom fichino balade ya gasamale chino. Unas Nuba, unas Blue Nile, these people are being marginalized like us. So when we use the new Sudan, that would include those people that were marginalized. They will be on our side. If we say we are fighting for South Sudan, and now and they have been marginalized like us. في كلمة قال انتم لو وصلنا في ملكال ومسكت ملكال ووصلت رang, and then you decided you don't want to go forward. قال انا بخليك تقعد هناك. قال our vision is for New Sudan. Then we change, we create a Sudan that all of us fit. Years old, Junub al-Masih will have a right to run for president. If we fail to do so, and we capture South Sudan, we will declare the independence of South Sudan. People like me that were in the SPLA, I knew SPLA has two missions. Then the independence of South Sudan and the new Sudan where South Sudanese will live, all Sudanese will live together. If it is not unachievable, then South Sudan will separate it from North. They are Kalam al Khan Garang Galen. So this is exactly what I can tell you. So one should say, Garang was for both. God, if we liberated South Sudan, and you decided you don't want to go forward, I'm not going to order you. You see, Lalo Garang is very intelligent. He's very smart. He's using it. He doesn't want those of Nuba Mountain and people of Abi and Darfur to be used to fight us while we are in the same category in the term of marginalization. This is what I can say about exactly your topic. Loinda Sualtani, just bring it up and I will answer. They are Marabitaya. Can the Munamasaka bill farm? Okay, group Al Khan Bada bill farm were the one that defect from Akoba in 1975. That were led by Bolkur were there, Benson Quailadjor, Uncle Musa Madingis was me in the same city in Omaha, Nebraska. Those were the people that left Akoba, defect from Akoba 1975, were the first group of people that established Bill Farm. They are Maravitai. The reason why I said Comrade Jock was correct. Fizol Gal Gibel Gal Gaitu did not join the agreement. That was not correct, Comrade. Gaitu was the one that actually was integrated to whole Sudan. Gaitu left Sudan in 1983. Zima would live the whole history. Yeah, all Ghana Fibet. When I'm a shade of Hadama was on the Pita. So I like to correct that point. Hajal Hassel, the Maraba Hajal Kunasimita, what I heard from people. William Nyon was the commander of our youth. And then when the fight took place, William Nyon was fighting with the North Sudanese army. And then Kerbina was the commander in Botan. He shot something that I would not, argue or debate. What I heard, one of the reasons that I heard, where the North were trying to, move them from the South, relocate them to North. I didn't know the reason. I was not in the city at that time. There's something that's what I heard. So, and I heard it from William himself. They were ordered to go to North because Nabil Khashibu, Lani Jinuvin, they want to rebel. You see, so Sumatanian, one should say that the reason was because Nimera decided to violate some of Addis Ababa agreement since the formation of local autonomy. So maybe that was one of the reasons. I don't know anything about it. But I don't know I good givel. Min gumbitana min kurmayom had usul bitan na viitam barba. So if you have any question,
I think I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you can, if I just want to interject a little bit to just, I think.
Okay, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I will give you a chance. Let us interject because you didn't have a chance
Yeah, I will give you guys. I will give you. Let me try to comment on this one. Thank you, Peter. I think اتكلمت فعلا كإنسان شاهد على شنو الحاجات اللي حصل في التكوين بتاعت الحركة بتاع النضال بتاع الشعب الجنوب السودان وفلسفة وراه كان شنو. طبعا انت قلت هو كلير كان صغير، لكن حاجة انت شفت بعينك ما في واحد بيجي النهارده بقدر بغيره، لأن ده حاجة انت شفته وموجود في مخك. لو النهارده فعلا التكنولوجيا بتاعت الدنيا ده ماشي كويس وبقي يجيبوا حاجه يخطوه في راس الواحد ويشوفوك من انت كنت صغير لغايه ما كبرت كان في شنو داير في مخك يخطوه شغل فيديو. انا متاكد حاجات ده بلقوه. فالمهم هو كويس انت كلمت كلام زي شهاده العيان بيقولوا فعلا كان الانسان ده كان موجود هناك. سؤال انا بس كان داير انت تجاوبه، هل فعلا يمن موفن بدا انيانيا 1 كان عندهم ليدر ولا ما عندهم ليدر؟ واذا كان ما عندهم ليدر هل فعلا ده كان خطا بتاعهم على اساس فرصه جاء للقرن وفي الاخر بقى رئيس بتاع الحركه بتاع النضال؟ اتفضل.
ده قصدك عن يعني وان مو كده؟
اللي كان موجودين في بيلفام.
Oh, Nathaniel too.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Bitara Maraba Bitai. I don't know if I would use Arab or English. I can make both. Based on my understanding, those who were in Bill Farm at that time, they had a leader and they don't have educated person. The people who were leading them, was leading them at that time was Benson point that Jory is not educated person. So in a term of his communication with the rest, like Ethiopian government, is limited to what he can do because he does not have education. He was not educated at the time. That was one of the problems that group of Anyaitu had. Then change when Garang came. Garang came, he was a colonel and PhD holder, very articulate in terms of his communication. But the issue they had was their leaders, that they had three of the leaders they had were not educated. That's the only thing that I can say. And then when we came, we decided to leave Bill Farm and go directly to Etam, who was also designated as a refugee camp. Instead of Mama Shina Dakhal al Bill Farm and Pio Jay, Tawala Machina Masker with Alagin. I'll make it right, I'll I can carve a certain Piani too. Nas in a time now, the Baghdad Shak. But Mafizul Mutal Minu, Al Baghdad Shan, how you run the movement, you have to be educated. Technically, the Kalam Loho English here. Half one minute, the Benson coin. After one of Arabic leader Baghdad, yeah, and a year Mossadat, the Hajar Khan Garang Jam. They Marab can.
But as you say, طبعا حصل تغيير. There is some changes when Quad Tim and Guy Tut and John Garang came, because these people they have sort of education. But at that time, I think John Garang was the only one that maybe could be a PhD holder. But the rest of the guys, they were well educated.
Yes.
The other two, Quarter Tim and
Samuel Guy.
Yeah, Samuel Guy. Yeah. That's where things start changing, and that's where Benson can give them a chance to choose the leader. But I think the at that time maybe the governor of Ali Babur state or the Gambela play another role also.
Yes, I think when we talk about the history of SPLA, the very important role was played by SOAS was great, because SOAS was directed by Comrade Mengistu, because he was the right hand of Mengistu. At that time, he was the governor of the region, and he also was the head of intelligence. You see, he was directed that Garang is the leader that's elected by the Ethiopian people, and he needed to support him. And SOAS did exactly that. So
thank you.
That's exactly. In a term of Benson coined that in the meeting, two meeting that was held in Etam, no representative from Bill Farm that came to that meeting. Um, Nobody from Bill Farm that came and attend that meeting. So it was just only the group that were in Eton. So I would say Comrade Benson did not give okay, but Garang was chosen by Ethiopia, and then he put himself there. That's that Marabat al-Basi.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank
much,
you.
Comrade Duto. I kind of seeing the time there. I think we should wrap up within 30 minutes.
Let
Um,
me interject
but
a little
but
bit, just one
yes,
second.
yes, yes, yes. Don't
Before
let you know. I'm just
Lajor, before you go,
yeah.
let me give chance to William because we give
Yeah,
William chance to Peter, and after
that
that
is
I will
true.
give you a chance.
Yeah.
It's just
So
one
William,
second. I'm not going to say, and it's just 1 second.
you will have more than 1 second if you allow
No,
to
there
give
is
the chances.
some interjection I wanted to make from,
Okay. Okay. Go
you know,
ahead.
why you don't take
yeah,
that interjection when you get your chance? Because now
yeah, it's
I think
because
we're
it's
trying.
toward Peter
Can you
Niel.
write it down? Can you write it down? And when we give you a chance, you can do it.
General, you will get it when you get your chance. Wait,
Okay.
General.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you
William,
will. Yeah, you will say your word.
Yeah,
Okay,
Comrade William, go ahead.
thank you, Otto. Yeah, I'm just trying to put it in a question. I think we agreed that yes, these are sequential events. You know, if we take it to uh, 1947, and then we agreed to 1955, and then we come to 1983, and then we come to, I don't know, Nasser faction and all this one, and we come to referendum where we have a country. These are all sequential events, and they are interrelated because they complement each other. Is the same ideas. Reason is to liberate the Southern Sudan. That is all about. So if we agreed and we recognize all those events as importance, now which day we should be commemorating? Is it 1983, 1947, 1955? Which one? Because now we acknowledge that we got history. So this is very important. And other things, when we talk about the leader, as we are here all, everybody contributed equally, not only one person. So when we come to recognize the leaders, who are we going to recognize here? All of them, the first one or the last one? So this, I think, to us is very important. And the last things is like the people who sacrifice. You are all sitting here. I don't know. We are now on over 50 now. So that means when you went to war, you were so young. You were so young. You deny your life, and then you went to sacrifice. Now, if we can ask ourselves, you guys, you have a dream. What really motivated you to go and sacrifice your life? And if you give up your life, does this or does the end justify the mean? That mean if we fought for the liberation of Southern Sudan. This is what you sacrifice for. Is this what you seeing now? And what is your message as a veterans when this important event came like this? What is your message to ensure your dream is protected? So this is what I just want to turn it into a question. because yeah. So that is what I want to share.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
very good. It's very intellectual way of talking now.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, I think anyway, let me try. Anyway, we have like almost 35 minutes. Let me try to balance everything so we can try to wrap it up. So, Lajor, your
Yeah,
chance, please, and
yeah. First of all,
just
I thank you. You know, instead
Don't
of
let your don't let your Largin. Can I
yes,
just say something? Because what William, those three questions that what William was just said, and you acknowledge that that is really a very smart way, intellectual way that he put it. Because I think sometimes people uh, like disregard certain things that are very important in our life. When we come to this world, we were born as young children. As we grow, if any of us become a PhD holder, a master degree, or a degree or a diploma, okay, it didn't start just only that day that you graduate, but there is a collective of learning till you become who you are today. So, is it really, we can put it that we disregard the history of our movement and we just only celebrate one day? And that is really the goal, that when we came with this topic, is really to look into it in a bigger picture. Is it only this day that is the problem? That is the only day that we can celebrate, or actually there is a history behind this day, which where we can acknowledge and celebrate that historical days that happened before this day. And I do agree with everybody. If the day was chosen to be May 16, uh, there is also a reason behind it that we cannot deny. Okay, uh, because since May 16, I think the struggle continued till we got our country. But the struggle that happened before, yes, we can call it, is the start, is the backbone of our struggle till we get our independence. But we cannot disregard them at all. You see, and that is what we try to bring to acknowledgement, right? Because many people just forget about the history and they just focus about this one. And as you guys going to elaborate, I think we should take maybe 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, right? So at least we can conclude with that. How far we acknowledge this day? Is it only May 16, or are we supposed to look at the whole history and we acknowledge it as we commemorate May 16?
yeah.
I think the chance was given to Dolarian.
Yeah, and thank you guys for actually asking this important question. Uh, I'm going to talk from my thinking view of answering the question because I know all the story that was happening, and you put it right, Mr. William, that there is a sequential happening of the history. So whenever you see there is a sequential, that means the thing are happening in order. And if you don't go to the beginning and you cut it from the middle, you're going to lose a lot. That is the personal opinion I'm seeing. Now, to go to your question, which day actually can we pick here? In my own opinion, I think it is very important for us South Sudanese actually to mark the 1947 as the original way or original actually source of our independence of South Sudan. And that should be the day that should be celebrated because it is a day that is actually was creating the idea in the militant, in the mutiny of Torit, in the struggle, armed struggle of Anyanya 2, armed struggle of Anyanya 1, and army struggle of South Sudan Liberation Movement. All these, they were because of ideas that were presented by many of the chief, many of our local chief, politicians who said actually in Juba conference, 1940. So I wanted, actually, this is my opinion. I think if we have to agree on something, that is the day should be celebrated for our independence, or our thinking of how we come to not May 16. Now, if we do something about the SPLA as a movement, that is okay. But if we do it as a South Sudanese, then we need to go back to the 1947. And the reason I say that is because, you know, if you look at the Torit Mutiny, they got the idea from from what we call the conference of Juba. And if you look at after when their leader was killed, then they had a meeting and they formed a movement called South Sudan Liberation Movement. And I'm coming to this one here when the SPLA was talking, when there was a disagreement with Samuel Gaitut and John Garang. There is some point General Peter is missing out here. And I don't know, maybe he was personally in the meeting. As he said he was in the meeting. But from working with Paulina Matip, this is what Samuel Guy actually suggested from the word of Paulina Matip. Because me, I was a secretary of Paulina Matip for a long time. And these are the things that they discuss daily in their own life. What is happening is that they say Samuel Guy in the meeting suggested that quote Akwodatim is a gray head. You know what is gray head? Is a gray head experience. Yeah, that's the word they say. Someone say Akwodatim is a gray head experienced old man. And he qualified that gray head qualified him more than any other person here in the meeting. That was what Guy was arguing. Then John Garang himself refuted that kind of a statement from Guy and say Accord attempt is not popular in the Denka community. That is the word from John Garang, that Accord is not popular. And then therefore the Denka are going to suffer. He didn't say the Denka are going to reject him. No. He said the Denka are going to suffer under his leadership. These are the words from John Garang when they were doing the meeting. And then now from this argument, Guy rejected the decision and came with his own proposal. He even proposed the movement. And I want Peter to come up with that one, because Guy, he did not only reject the idea, he came up with the movement. He said the movement will be called South Sudan Liberation Movement, which was actually created a long time ago. And then John Garang came up with the SPLA. And that's why I was telling you, this is the source of the division. Okay? That was the source of the division, because the SPLA was fighting for the Sudan as a whole. And the South Sudan Liberation Movement is fighting for the liberation of South Sudan. So you see how ideas, the thinking itself, tell us what is happening. So now, if we have to credit people, then we have to credit the idea, where the idea is coming from, in my own opinion.
I think, yeah, your time is over. Thank you. Okay. Jeremiah. Sorry, guys. Really, we have to wrap up everything. You have your 5 minutes, please.
You are muted, Jeremiah.
I heard from Peter. He was saying he heard from William Nguyen that they were going to be moved to the south. I mean to the north. This is what he heard from William Nguyen, and I heard from Garang interview in Nairobi. and we are still disagreeing with what these people said. So I am quite confused. Okay, yeah, let me come to this important issue about the days. Me personally, I don't agree to cancel 16 May 1983 and recognize 1947. If we do like that, it will never be good for those whom we betrayed, those millions of South Sudanese whom died in this conflict, the generation who fought this war. It is a great betrayal. Why don't we give credit to the person who did what he did or what she did? Why do we change? Where did you get this logic? Does it make sense? If we try to discuss it at the level of South Sudan or other South Sudanese, I don't think this argument will never have a water, will never hold water in it. I don't agree to change that. Why 1947 was not celebrated before the independence of the Republic of South Sudan? Why 18 August 1955, the word of Torit, why had not been celebrated before the independence of the Republic of South Sudan? If the movement SPLA has brought as a country, and now our flag is flying at UN headquarters in New York, and we are trying to change it to go back to where we did not know. What are we going to go? Where are we going? How do we think? So that is not good, and I will not support it because I respect millions of people of South Sudan who died to change it for the politician who made in Juba in 1947 to be given the honor. I will never accept that one. This is one. Another thing is, let me just try to in recognition of the leaders. SPLA current government has a mistake. There are a lot of mistakes. As I said, they don't want to recognize others. So my thinking is, let this day, 16 May, continue as it is. And then government should initiate celebration of 18 August 1955, rebellion of Anyanya 1, because they fought for 17 years. It was not in vain. This day should be initiated and had to be celebrated another day. Then Anyanya 2, 10 years in bush, as Gerang said, they had to be recognized. Those leaders, they are Southern Sudanese, they are our leaders. Even they fail or they die, they have right to be recognized in the history of their struggle. They left their families and their children and whatever they had. So all the the contribution is one. These 3 days, these 16 May, 18 August.
Sorry, Jeremiah,
And,
the time is over.
So this is what I can say.
He was making a good points there. I agree with Jeremiah. So let him make his points,
No,
right?
no, we
So
go with the rule. I'm sorry.
I agree with you, Jeremiah.
Let him conclude. Let him conclude.
Okay,
He's
let him
making a good
conclude.
point.
Conclude,
Exactly.
Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a debate.
So okay. Let me forget about it because I don't want to argue more. But let me give you what we want as freedom fighters. What we want now. What we want as freedom fighters, government of South Sudan must construct war memorial for those who lost their life in all these wars. It starts from Anyanya 1, Anyanya 2, and SPLA. That one had to be built. This is what we want the government of South Sudan to do. Not just embezzling money and dishonoring our people. 2, war veterans of South Sudan, all war veterans start from Anyanya 1. All so-called Anyanya, they had to be given veteran card, had to be introduced for them to know exactly what they did. Then the other thing is collection, collection of the bones of those who died in the bush, in the valleys, those who die everywhere. There must be initiative. People must go to bush where people have been fighting, collect all the bones, and bury them in honor. This is one of the information. Then again, there must be a committee to be formed to assess exactly how many people are still alive now from 104 and 105, from Tiger and Timsah, from Jamus, from Division of Koryom, from Zazar, and all this from Anyanya 1. Those who are still alive now, they had to be identified. They had to be identified.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I think we give you enough.
Okay, thank you. I stop here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Otto, why you cutting when the talk is sweet?
Yeah, I know, but the time is against us, really.
I know. This guy, all they are amusing, everybody is
No, it's okay. But next time, anyway, let me try really, sometimes to focus on the point so we can come to a conclusion like those one, But if you look now, we are almost 4 hours and something. We left with, I think, 18 minutes. So, anyway, Peter, welcome.
I was trying to jump in, and General Larkin came in. If you could go back,
Peter, you keep forgetting unmuting yourself. Start over again. What were you saying?
There was a question that you guys had. Was a very interesting question, but I didn't write it down, and I was trying to jump on that question. I think it was Comrade William and also Comrade Joe came and elaborated a little bit. I forgot even the question. My mind is somewhere. I have some other.
I can help you with that if Otto is okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead, Comrade William. I think there was a question you brought up. I was trying to answer it. Then John came in.
I was saying that it looked like we agreed that these are consequential sequential events. Then they are relating to each others. And that all their manifesto is the same, is about our liberty. Yeah. So the question was, then which day we should be recognized?
You remind me. All right.
Yeah. But now I think Jeremiah went over it also. His argument now is saying that all the days are important, so they should be all celebrated all those days. That is the point now. Yeah.
Well, I got the point. Let me go over. I think, thank you. It is a wonderful debate. Let me go back to the time when I was in SPLA. We celebrate August 1955. That was the first time even for me to hear about 1947. That day, for us as the veteran of SPLA, we do remember 1955. Think it started chronological order from 1947, as I think you guys had mentioned it, to 1955, and then to 1975. So, and then 1983. People try things. You try thinking the first time when they start to land on the moon, the first try didn't work. The second try did work. All those 3 days are important to our history. If I have to write the books, those 3 steps and the leaders that have led each and every one of that rebellion is important to our history in a term of recognition of the people that has involved in that struggle. But when it comes to designated day, I think the day that we had achieved what we want, the independence of South Sudan, had been achieved by the starting of 1983, um, the mutinies of 1983, Ayut and Bor, where Comrade William and Comrade Kerbina, um, um, rebels against the whole Sudan government. So that day is important to our history. And all those 2 days also are important to be remembered in our history. And the people who involved in those struggles also need to be a part of our history. I agree with Comrade Jeremiah when he mentioned it, building a memorial, that those who involved and took part in from the first movement to the second movement, which is SPLA, also their name, and from the people that fought for the right of people of South Sudan in 1947, their name need to be mentioned in our memorial. That's as important to our history. SPLA has abandoned the missions. The current leadership completely has gone astray, has abandoned the vision of SPLA that I was a part of, Comrade William was a part of. The history is still there. That is a very important day. Without 1983, we won't even have South Sudan right now. The good thing, we have a country. The only thing we don't have a leader. One day, among us and some of our comrades that are listening, God will bring us a leader that would be able to establish a peaceful South Sudan where all of us will have a right and participate in a democratic that we all fought for. Whether you were in Khartoum, wherever you were a supporter of SPLA and you made a sacrifice. So you contribute one way or another. Whether somebody that was in his village was cultivating, was also feeding us, giving us food, we would not even survive and succeed without our civilians that were contributing the food that they gave us. So I would say selecting 1983 as a day is important, but everything, we need to build a memorial. That would be South Sudan Memorial, is starting all our heroes and martyrs, their name need to be there. Time will come, and I think either it's going to be this year or next year. We all will be happy. Change is coming to South Sudan, a peaceful South Sudan, that the government will not be instigating the violence, that would be reconciling and want people of South Sudan to live peacefully side by side, will be put in place, where all of us will not going to be here. We might be in South Sudan and enjoying. So
Thank
that's the
you.
only
Thank
thing
you.
that I can
Thank
say,
you.
comrades.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think conclusion is look good and everybody is focusing how to conclude and all those things, but the time is against us. That's why we don't want to be cut without finishing our program on time. But at the end of the day, we have next week the question: هل الدولة شعب جنوب السودان ناضل من أجله الموجود حاليا كان أنت متوقع يكون زي ده؟ هنجاوبه. فالمهم قبل ما نمشي قدام ندي 5 دقيقة بتاع موبور و5 دقيقة بتاع بال وبعد كده نعمل كونكلود للبروجرام بتاعنا.
أنا ما عندي 5 دقائق.
أنت ما كلمته؟
لا ما أنا just سألت السؤال.
I think what let us put it in that order, that give Mabor and then William and maybe Otto, you need to, because what I will do, I will just push the button to end the show. So yeah, maybe Mabor and William.
Mabor, welcome, please.
Yeah, I will make everybody going home scratching their head with the big disagreement. I'm just joking. But I'm going to have a little disagreement here. Look, We are sitting here. We didn't come here in this place at once. Everyone come by his own individual time. And we contribute equal thing together that will benefit the country or will benefit those who are watching us. It does what happened to South Sudanese. During British 1945, 44, 1955, 75, 82, 83, come to 91, come to 2005. All these places, if people does not think that nothing is equal here or nothing have no benefit here, is wrong. Each and every one giving a equal system. If you are a person who does not eat any soup with a salt, you are good with that. But if you are a salt eater and they give you a food that have no salt, you will eat that food wondering. And that is what's happening now. When I'm talking here, I'm not trying to delete May. May cannot be deleted. But the actual issues that going on in our country today is a mentality one thing. The SPLM, when it start with the dictator way that they dictate everything. What they come with is what they need it for. And this is what is stick in the people's mind, that they don't want anything else. 1983. William Nyon, when he waged war in that place called Ayo, he was important because he waged that war. He was important in that day. Kerbin and Kwanyin, when he waged that war, he was important in that day. But Kerbin and Kwanyin, when he waged that war, he did not wage the war to go somewhere. He knew that there are the places that he's going to run to, which is the people that he's trying to run to are important also too. And the people who run to that place also too, there are the people who are important also too, including Tawalpal, who has become the regional leader, is an important person. So I'm talking about equality, not ignorance. We cannot ignore someone who have a mouth, unless if it is a deaf person, that's the person that needs to be ignored. Our country needs all of us, and we need to call for the reality. 1975, when we were in the SPLM, yes, 1975 used to be celebrated. That was in June 5th. And also too is the same June 5th for no. For William Nyon is June 7th. But Benson Kwany Lodjor is June 5th. Okay? All those always need to be, always they celebrated. But guess what? When we got independent, the bill palm, the person who created bill palm is not even existing in bill palm name. They just say bill palm is for SPLM.
Conclude.
Oh, I thought you telling me your term is finished. That's why I tried to full
Yeah, your
stop.
time is over, really. Just conclude.
Yes. So the Bill Palm name is not John Garango who discovered that. Neither William Nyon or Salva Kiir or and or Carbino Kwanyan. No, it's based on
Okay.
Kwan Ladjor with his team. So every time they carrying Bill Palm from Ethiopia to Juba. Now it have a place in Juba, but in the chapter outside or in the history of Bilpa, Benson
Okay.
Point
Thank you,
is not
Mubir.
mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you. William,
Yeah, Otto.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just that Peter. Peter, your name is BL or just Peter?
Mute
Peter,
yourself.
Peter Bellew.
not BL, huh?
Peter
Blue,
Bellew.
blue.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. I think our time is over, as you said. Thank you for. I think we kind like we agreed that why cutting it history, like you are cutting your one lake, and working with an remaining lake. So they are all important, as Jeremiah said. That yes, but the problem when, as Mabor say, when we try intentionally to cut off other history, that is where the danger come from. But to recognize them that is we are valuing every person contribution, and which is very important, as Jeremiah put it. 47, it have to be celebrated, recognized, because when we said, and many people, it's good for tourists. If we have tourists coming to Southern Sudan and we're celebrating 47, there is a lot of story to be told there. There is a book to be written, and all this thing, is good for us. So we're telling the history basic on that generation, what happened in their time, you know, because if you are saying that is a big foundation, as I said in the beginning, when America has been founded, it was founded by just putting ideas together to bring 13 colonies together. So if our chief have to travel from their village to Juba conference, there is a big debate, and that is a big day for us. So to recognize it, to celebrate it, as Jeremiah said, is very important. And also 1955 also coming again to Anyanya 2 also, and 75, and coming to 1983. Yeah, because like now, Jeremiah mentioned one thing, and I put my shoes in his shoes. He was a one, as Peter, as a Ladjo. I didn't go to war, but put yourself into their shoes. Fighting a war at that age, and now being not being recognized, and you are not being celebrated now, is totally cutting you off, because they were fighting on their time. And the people who were fighting in 55, they were fighting on their time. So I think for us as the people of Southern Sudan, with our government, we need to say no. The history is very important. If the government, which is now in Southern Sudan, cannot do it, well, the government is like turning the car wheel. There would be a good government tomorrow, and then they will come and do what we are talking about here to recognize all those historic dates, and to people who are in the history, like these young people, as Jeremiah said, that they need to be written down. We cannot destroy our history. I know here in Canada, here where we are, the First Nation today, they're still trying to find their history. Their name is not written in cemetery, and Japanese, who were here, so their name is not written there. You got Chinese who were used in fighting the World War or building the railway. Their name is not there. But that was a clear intention that the people whose name have to be mentioned in history have to be Caucasian, the white people. But in Southern Sudan, we are all Southern Sudanese. Who is trying to cut other people's story out? That is a problem if we have that ideologies. Yeah, but I like the suggestion of Jeremiah that those events, those days, they are all important and they have to be recognized in those days. We celebrating St. Patrick Day here, just St. Patrick, and we having this one, and we having this one. We have uh, the time when Canadian was able to liberate a certain part. I don't remember the name in German. We are celebrating it here, you know. So that what I can say, that I agree that yes, May 16 is very important and is still even fresh in our memory. We still just how many years now? Just when we become independent is very fresh, and we have many people who are here among us today who fought the war, who sit down and listening up when their leader is talking. That is good thing. So we have to celebrate that. And the question that Otto now is tabling, maybe when we have other time, we will. Uh, does the end justify the means? Because now, as Jeremiah said, the veteran children they are baking in the street, their wives are being raped, and then why did they sacrifice in the first place? You know, so we liberated ourselves from the northern Sudanese government, and now we find ourselves in even a ruthless dictatorship. Not there is no mercy. You know, the orphan are dying, and veteran are just baking, and all even a soldier. So why did we in the first place sacrifice us that much? And who is trying to take food from our mouth? That is the government, and then that government become our enemy, like the Northern Sudanese too. So that is a question all of us, especially veteran. You need to stand up and say to the government, we didn't fight for this country like this. We give up our life to see the free country called Southern Sudan. Thank you, Otto. Yeah.
Thank you. I think our time is over, but this is how debate go. One say this, and the other one say the others. The important to people of Southern Sudan, we have to discuss what the problem we have. We have to bring it up and discuss it. Nine Nation Network is going to be like برلمان بتاع جنوب السودان على اساس مشاكل موجود لازم الناس يتكلموا فيه عشان نوصل للحل. انا متاكد الناس قاعدين هنا هسه لو يتفقوا في جروب تاني هيتفق بهناك، في جروب تاني هيتفقوا، بعد كده بكون وصلنا لشنو؟ للهدف اللي هو لازم يكون في حاجه يطلع مننا كلنا افكار بتاعنا وده مجهودات بتاعنا ناخده في مكان، ناخده في محل واحد على اساس نقدر شنو نستفيد منه. ده الهدف من المناقشه دائما وابدا. فليتكلموا. شكرا كثير لكم، شاهدتوا التاريخ وانتم فعلا جزء منه. فانا ما راح اتكلم لانه فرصه، طبعا انا كان ماسك البرنامج انا ما بقدر بتكلم كثير، لكن انا بدي فرصه لفيل على اساس يختم لنا البرنامج بتاعنا. شكرا كثير لكل الناس اللي شاركوا بالافكار وكان بيشوفوا برنامج بتاعنا ده. يوم السبت الجاي هنتكلم في قضيه هل ده او الدوله نانو دايرينه ولا لا. فيل ويلكم.
Thank you.
Before Phil, I want to add one thing, and then you can close it.
Okay, I give you 1 minute then.
Yeah, quickly, when we talk of, and let me put this one right to the audience who are listening across the world. when we talk of history, we wanted, actually, I want to remind us that our history of South Sudan actually began with the Conference of Juba, 1947. That is where we can find the source, we can find the truth, we can find what people actually were discussing, and we can find what this guy call it, does the mean justify the end? Because the Juba Conference was asking for the independence of South Sudan. Okay, and it was repeated in 1955, the same thing. They were asking for independence of South Sudan. The SSLM, which is South Sudan Liberation Movement of 1940, 1960, actually is 64, was asking for the same thing. Now, all this, it was true South Sudan independent. But the SPLA, that's what I wanted to tell you now. SPLA mean is not justified, because what they were fighting for is the whole liberation of all Sudan. That is why there was a war in Bilfam. And I was going to talk about this, but what I wanted our people to know is to correct things, to put them in a right way. How the thought, how the thinking was in the brain of those who thought about it. So that's what I want to add about this. The SPLA, for me, I cannot, I don't honor it because it's not a true thing. It's kind of like
Yeah, well,
rejecting.
yeah. So yeah, Dollargen, I'm so sorry that Otho give me a tough work here, because I said earlier, if you give me a chance, I'm just gonna turn the show off and we go from here. But Nile Nation Network, uh, every Saturday, they come and they bring new topics and things like that. Even though I know there is, I don't know, I didn't allow anybody else to come in, but somebody from you guys who have control like me to allow certain individual to come in. But this is what I want to say. Yes, like Maruel, I saw your comments. I liked them earlier, but it's very unfortunate that you came very late. Jabril, you guys really come very late, and we are about to close the show. And there was also Gigi Lam. I don't know. Maybe next time, just rub it on my face this time. I respect you all, but it's just because we are coming to close the show. I saw a few of you were commenting earlier. It will be better if you join us earlier. Really, you will get your chance. But it's very unfortunate that we are coming to an end. Please rub it on my face. My apologies, because there is some individual they were been sitting here for the last 4 hours. But if we come next time and you see that the topic it's suit your interest, please don't delay yourself. Just log in and share your view. And of course, we don't discriminate. We give everybody his chance to say whatever he want to say. But all in all, I would like to thank you all, from Brother William, Mabor, and Jeremiah, Peter, Biliu, Dolarjin, and even those who show their faces now. I also like to thank you, Maruel. You show us your face, even though, yes, it will be hard for me, Gabriel, to give a chance for you guys now. But I hope next time, really, the topic will come to your interests. And please log in right away as we drop the link. And of course, you will have your chance. But I'm glad to see your faces. I'm glad to help you. But it's very unfortunate that Otto give me now the upper hand to end up the show. So by this, I think I would like to say uh, good night to all of you, good morning to all of you, or good afternoon to all of you wherever you are in Australia, Africa, and North America. I will just rest it from here and just enjoy with us the music that I'm gonna put up. And thank you so much for coming in. Have a good night, good morning, and good afternoon. See you guys.
Put the volume.
Shukran, guys.
اسمع البرنامج بتاعكم شنو؟ اسمع البرنامج بتاعكم شنو؟ ما سامعونا ولا؟ اوكي خلاص مع السلامة.